Hercule Poirot and the Clue, hidden in a nursery rhyme. Chapter 1. The Strange Death of Lady Evelyn. It was a rainy evening in early spring, when Hercule Poirot received an unexpected invitation that would bring him to the grand estate of Lady Evelyn, Ashford, the renowned socialite whose extravagant parties were whispered about in London's highest circles, had been found dead. The death was a puzzle, strange, sudden, and surrounded by a veil of confusion. The victim was discovered in her drawing-room, her body draped over an ornate chair, an open book clutched in her hand. It was a nursery rhyme book, but one whose pages held no obvious connection to the circumstances of her death. Lady Evelyn's guests were still present in the grand house, a motley crew of aristocrats, writers and artists, each with an air of quiet tension hanging about them. Everyone had something to hide. Poirot's mind raced as he absorbed the details, his brilliant grey eyes scanning the room with a meticulousness that few could rival. He could feel the subtle discord in the air, the undercurrent of suspicion that ran through the estate like an invisible thread. A strange note had been found near the body, a verse from an old nursery rhyme scrawled hastily in ink. "Ring-a-ring-a roses, a pocket full of posies, a tissue, we all fall down." It was an unsettlingly innocent rhyme, yet it felt out of place, its relevance unclear. Could it be a clue, or was it simply a coincidence? Hercule Poirot's eyes flicked to the gathering of suspects, those closest to Lady Evelyn in her final moments. In the drawing-room, he observed a rather stiff gathering. Sir Marcus Ashford, the widowed husband, whose stern face seemed to suggest a man out of touch with his emotions. Miss Claudia Vale, Lady Evelyn's long-time companion, who could barely conceal her nervousness, and Lord Philip Wellesley, a noted poet whose connection to the victim was less obvious, but whom Poirot instinctively felt had a role to play. Poirot was already forming mental notes, piecing together the personalities and relationships of the small group. There was a feeling of unease that seemed to cling to each person, yet it was not just the air of mourning, it was the weight of secrets. Lady Evelyn had clearly been no stranger to intrigue, and now her death had created a maelstrom of questions. Before the authorities could arrive, Poirot found himself ushered into the study, where he could meet the key players and begin his investigation. His keen eyes caught every detail, the subtle glint of fear in Miss Vale's eyes, the clenched jaw of Sir Marcus, and the way Lord Philip shifted uneasily at the mention of his name. As Poirot took his seat, he offered a calm but firm introduction, his French accent impeccable. "I am Hercule Poirot. I do not believe in rushing to conclusions, mon ami. I prefer to take my time, to examine all the details, to consider each possibility. It is only then that the truth presents itself, like a flower in the garden of logic." Sir Marcus shot him a sharp look, clearly impatient. But Miss Vale seemed more relaxed, almost grateful for the detective's calm demeanour. Lord Philip, however, was unreadable, his face a study in polite indifference. Poirot wasted no time. "I would first like to speak with each of you," he said, his gaze darting briefly to the open nursery rhyme book lying on the desk. "But before I do, tell me, what do you know of this rhyme?" The question hung in the air, and as the room fell silent, Poirot's little grey cells began to hum with excitement. The first thread had been tugged, and he was already aware that the rhyme held a key, one that would lead him into the heart of the mystery. The clues were subtle, hidden beneath layers of deception, but Hercule Poirot had never failed to uncover the truth. It would only be a matter of time before he untangled the web of lies surrounding Lady Evelyn's death. Chapter 2. The interviews begin. The investigation into Lady Evelyn Ashford's death had begun in earnest. Hercule Poirot, ever the meticulous detective, knew that the first step in solving any mystery was to understand the people involved. With his sharp eyes and even sharper mind, Poirot was determined to uncover the truth hidden beneath layers of deception. His first move was to speak with each of the key players, those who had been closest to the victim in her final hours. Sir Marcus Ashford, Lady Evelyn's husband, had remained largely silent, his stoic demeanour betraying little emotion. But Poirot knew better than to let appearances fool him. There was something about the man, an underlying tension that could not be ignored. Sir Marcus was a man who wore his pride like a cloak, but Poirot could sense that beneath the surface, the man's pride was a fragile thing, easily shattered. Miss Claudia Vale, the late Lady Evelyn's long-time companion, was a woman of composure, but Poirot could feel the nervousness she was trying so hard to suppress. Her demeanour was that of someone who had something to hide, and yet she carried herself with an air of grace that suggested a deeper complexity. Then there was Lord Philip Wellesley, the poet. He had the look of a man who found solace in the written word rather than the spoken one. Yet his uneasy fidgeting suggested that the poet was hiding something more than just the introspective musings of an artist. Poirot had already formed a hypothesis about the connection between Lord Philip and Lady Evelyn. It was one that, if proven true, would unravel a series of carefully laid traps. The interview with Sir Marcus Ashford Poirot started with Sir Marcus. His manner was respectful yet firm, as he led the grieving husband into a private study adjacent to the grand drawing-room where Lady Evelyn had been found dead. Sir Marcus sat stiffly in the chair across from Poirot, the tension in his posture betraying a man struggling to maintain composure. His sharply cut suit and carefully groomed hair gave him an air of aristocratic pride. "Sir Marcus," Poirot began, his voice smooth but firm, "I understand this must be a very difficult time for you. However, I must ask you to think back carefully and tell me everything that happened last night. What can you tell me about your wife's final hours?" Sir Marcus cleared his throat, his hands folded tightly in front of him. "My wife was well loved," he said slowly, his voice low. "We had been hosting a small gathering of close friends. There was nothing unusual about the evening, at least not to my knowledge. We were enjoying a light dinner, and then Evelyn retired to her drawing-room to read. I followed a short while later, but when I arrived she had already—" He trailed off, his voice cracking slightly. Poirot leaned forward, his gaze unwavering. And what was she reading? Sir Marcus shifted in his seat, clearly uncomfortable with the question. "A book of nursery rhymes," he replied after a pause. "I didn't think much of it at the time. It seemed an odd choice for an adult, but Evelyn was eccentric that way." Poirot took mental note of Sir Marcus's response. The mention of the nursery rhyme book again. It was the very same book found near Lady Evelyn's body. What connection could it have to her death? Poirot needed more answers. And did you notice anything unusual about your wife's behaviour last night? Anything at all that seemed out of place? Poirot asked. Sir Marcus looked away for a moment, as though searching his memory. No, he replied finally. She seemed perfectly fine. No signs of distress. In fact, she had been in particularly good spirits. Her mood had lightened in recent days, which was unusual for her, but it was welcome. Poirot nodded, taking all of this in. Very well, Sir Marcus. You may go for now. I may have further questions for you later. As Sir Marcus stood to leave, Poirot's eyes narrowed. He had noticed something about the way the man had reacted to the mention of his wife's mood. It was almost as if the improvement in Lady Evelyn's spirits was something Sir Marcus found suspicious, rather than comforting. It was a small detail, but Poirot knew better than to ignore it. The interview with Miss Claudia Vale next. Poirot turned his attention to Miss Claudia Vale. She had remained largely silent during Sir Marcus's interview, her hands folded neatly in her lap as she sat in the drawing-room, the room where Lady Evelyn had spent her final moments. Poirot had observed her carefully as she watched Sir Marcus's departure, and the slight tension in her posture intrigued him. Miss Vale, Poirot said, his voice soft yet purposeful as he addressed her in the drawing-room. May I ask you a few questions? Claudia turned her gaze to him. Her lips curved into a polite but distant smile. Of course, Mr. Poirot, I am happy to help in any way I can. Poirot's eyes studied her carefully as he spoke. You were Lady Evelyn's close companion for many years, yes? Perhaps you know something of her recent state of mind. She was in good spirits, according to Sir Marcus. Claudia's smile faltered for a brief moment, her eyes darting to the window before she answered. Yes, Lady Evelyn had seemed better of late, but it's hard to say for certain. We had our disagreements, as any two people would, but we were very close. Disagreements, Poirot repeated, his voice carefully modulated. What kind of disagreements? Claudia seemed to hesitate before answering. Nothing of importance, really, just little things. Lady Evelyn had always been a strong-willed woman, and she had her own ideas about the way things should be. We clashed, but, well, nothing that would have led to anything drastic. Poirot leaned forward slightly. And what of the nursery rhyme book? Did Lady Evelyn ever mention it to you? Claudia's eyes widened, and for a moment she seemed taken aback by the question. A nursery rhyme book? No, I don't recall her ever mentioning it to me, but then again, she had a great many books. Perhaps it was simply a passing fancy. Poirot's gaze never wavered as he observed her response. Claudia's reaction was telling. She had been caught off guard by the question, and yet her answer was swift, almost rehearsed. There was something about it that didn't sit right with Poirot. Was she hiding something, or was she merely trying to cover up her own nervousness? Thank you, Miss Vale, Poirot said, his voice polite but firm. I may have more questions for you later. The interview with Lord Philip Wellesley. The final interview for the day was with Lord Philip Wellesley. The poet had been quiet during the earlier interviews, his brow furrowed as he contemplated the tragic events that had unfolded. He had a somewhat melancholic air about him, and his quiet demeanour suggested a man lost in thought, perhaps overly sensitive to the emotional turmoil of the situation. Poirot led Lord Philip into a smaller study, where they could converse in private. "Lord Philip," Poirot began, "I have been made aware of your connection to Lady Evelyn. You were quite close, were you not?" Lord Philip sighed, his hands clasped together as he stared out of the window. Lady Evelyn was a remarkable woman. We had known each other for years, and our friendship had evolved over time. But of course she was married to Sir Marcus, and that always placed a certain distance between us. "And yet," Poirot continued, "there were rumours. Some suggested that your relationship with Lady Evelyn was more than just friendly. Can you speak to that?" Lord Philip's eyes shifted to meet Poirot's. His expression was one of guarded vulnerability. "The rumours, Mr. Poirot, are just that, rumours. Lady Evelyn and I were close, yes, but nothing untoward ever occurred between us. I respected her too much for that. But I suppose, in the eyes of others, our friendship could have been misinterpreted." Poirot studied the man intently. "And the nursery rhyme book?" he asked, his tone matter-of-fact. "Lady Evelyn was found with it in her hand. Did she ever mention it to you?" Lord Philip's expression darkened slightly, and for a moment Poirot thought he saw a flicker of unease pass through the poet's eyes. "No," he replied slowly, "I don't believe she ever mentioned it. But I do know that Lady Evelyn was very fond of poetry, as I am. Perhaps it was merely a whim to revisit her childhood." Poirot's mind raced as he listened to Lord Philip's words. There was something in the way he spoke, a subtle shift in his voice, that suggested he knew more than he was letting on. The nursery rhyme book had made its way into the conversation once again, and Poirot could not shake the feeling that it held the key to solving this mystery. The interviews were complete for the day, but Hercule Poirot knew that the case was far from solved. There were still many questions unanswered, and the nursery rhyme seemed to hold more significance than anyone could have imagined. Poirot's mind buzzed with possibilities, but one thing was certain. He was closer than ever to uncovering the truth. The first layer of the mystery had been peeled back, but Poirot was certain that more secrets lay hidden beneath. It was a matter of time before those secrets would be revealed, carefully and with the utmost precision. Chapter 3. The First False Lead. The following morning, Hercule Poirot sat in the elegant drawing-room of Ashford Manor, the sun filtering through the tall windows, casting soft rays of light across the polished wood floors. The house was peaceful. Too peaceful, Poirot thought. It had the stillness of a place that was hiding something. A house where the quiet was too heavy, where beneath every whispered conversation, behind every carefully composed face, secrets lurked. Poirot's little grey cells were already at work, analysing the details from the previous day's interviews. Sir Marcus, Miss Claudia Vale, and Lord Philip Wellesley all had offered their versions of the truth. But Poirot knew better than to take anything at face value. His instincts told him that someone was lying. But who, and why? The nursery rhyme book found beside Lady Evelyn's body had seemed trivial at first. Yet it was the one constant that tied the investigation together. Everyone who had been interviewed so far had reacted to it in a manner that was either evasive or nervously dismissive. This seemingly innocent object had become the key to unlocking the case, and Poirot was determined to understand its significance. But first he needed more information. He had made arrangements to return to Ashford Manor that morning, where he would continue his inquiry. The manor was still shrouded in the same air of suspicion, its high ceilings and ornate decor masking the tension within. The police's first leaders, Poirot, sipped his morning coffee. The door to the drawing-room creaked open, and Inspector Charles Baines stepped inside. Baines was a man of average height, with the unremarkable features of a police officer used to dealing with the practicalities of crime. His thick, square glasses framed his face, and his uniform was pressed with the precision of someone who took their duties seriously. Yet Poirot could see the anxiety in his eyes. Something had happened, and Baines wasn't quite sure what to make of it. "Poirot, I've got something for you," Baines said, his voice heavy with the weight of authority. Poirot placed his cup down with a delicate click and turned his full attention to the inspector. "Ah, and what have you discovered, mon ami? You have news?" Baines lowered his voice, glancing around the room as though ensuring no one else was listening. "I've just received word from the constable in charge of the case. We've found something we didn't expect." Poirot raised an eyebrow. "And what is this something, Inspector?" "It's Sir Marcus Ashford," Baines continued, his voice tinged with both uncertainty and a hint of triumph. "We've discovered that Sir Marcus had been gambling heavily at a club in London. He owes a substantial amount of money, enough that it would take years to pay off. And the timing, it's suspicious. His debt had been mounting over the past few months, and Lady Evelyn would have known about it, if she had decided to confront him about it." Poirot leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled in his signature pose. "Ah, I see. You believe this to be the motive. The husband, caught in a desperate situation, kills his wife to escape his financial woes." Baines nodded. "It fits, doesn't it? And we found a letter in Sir Marcus's desk, one that was written the day before Lady Evelyn's death. Nehiro was addressed to her, asking for a meeting at Ashford Manor. It seems he wanted to confess his problems to her, but perhaps it didn't go as planned. Perhaps she threatened to leave him. There could have been a confrontation." Poirot stood up, his eyes narrowed as he processed the information. "I must admit, Inspector, this is an intriguing development, but—" He paused, his mind whirring with the details. "I do not think the case is as simple as you believe. It is too convenient." Baines looked taken aback. "Too convenient?" "Oui," Poirot replied, pacing slowly across the room. "You see, Baines, sometimes the simplest explanation is the one that covers up the most. I believe you are being misled." "But the evidence, Poirot, the debt, the letter, it's all pointing to Sir Marcus," Baines protested. Poirot turned to face him, his expression unreadable. "The evidence you speak of is circumstantial at best. Sir Marcus may be in debt, but that does not mean he killed his wife. It is far too easy to place the blame on the husband. You see, Baines, that is the problem with your reasoning. You are looking for a motive that is obvious, but in my experience, the truth hides itself beneath layers of complexity." Baines frowned, his gaze shifting as he tried to digest Poirot's words. "But what do you suggest, Poirot? If not Sir Marcus, then who?" Poirot smiled softly, the faintest hint of amusement in his eyes. "I do not know yet, mon ami, but I do know that we must look elsewhere. There is a web of deception here, and I intend to untangle it." A visit to Sir Marcus's study. Poirot's first course of action was to return to Sir Marcus's study. The debt and letter were intriguing, but Poirot was not yet convinced of their significance. He needed to examine the place where Sir Marcus had received his letters, the study where so many important decisions must have been made. As Poirot stepped into the room, he immediately noted the meticulous order of Sir Marcus's desk. Every item was precisely in its place, from the polished silver inkwell to the neatly stacked papers. The room itself was elegant, yet devoid of warmth, much like its owner. Poirot approached the desk and began to examine it carefully. He ran his fingers over the surface of the desk, feeling for any signs of disturbance. "Ah," Poirot murmured softly to himself. "There is something just here." He leaned in closer, inspecting a small, almost imperceptible mark on the edge of the desk. It was faint, but it looked like a smear of ink. Poirot studied it for a moment before carefully inspecting the papers in the nearby drawer. There were several documents, but one stood out, a contract that appeared to be in the process of being signed. The contract was for a large sum of money Sir Marcus had promised to pay back in monthly installments. But there was a problem. He had yet to make the first payment. Poirot's eyes glinted with realization. "Interesting, very interesting," he muttered under his breath. "A man in debt, yet still making grand promises. A man who may have been trying to avoid a confrontation with his wife." But even as he mulled over this, Poirot's mind turned once more to the nursery rhyme book. The more he thought about it, the more it gnawed at him. Lady Evelyn's death, the nursery rhyme, the secretive behaviour of those close to her. It all felt like a puzzle with missing pieces. Pieces that he needed to find before someone else tried to pin the blame on Sir Marcus. A second crime. Later that afternoon, Poirot was once again in the drawing-room when a constable arrived, pale-faced and breathless. "Sir, there's been another incident." Poirot's heart quickened. "Another crime?" "What is it?" he asked, his voice calm but urgent. "It's Miss Vale. She's gone missing. We can't find her anywhere." Poirot's mind raced. Miss Claudia Vale's disappearance was no coincidence. Something was amiss, and it wasn't just Lady Evelyn's death. The whole case was shifting, taking new shapes, becoming more complicated than he had anticipated. Without a word, Poirot stood up, his mind already working through the possibilities. "Take me to where she was last seen," he said, his tone commanding. As they made their way through the winding corridors of Ashford Manor, Poirot's thoughts were already ahead of the situation. Why had Miss Vale disappeared? Was she involved in Lady Evelyn's death? Or had she been taken for another reason entirely? A new lead. Poirot's investigation into Miss Vale's disappearance led him to a small hidden study that she had apparently frequented in her spare time. The room was quiet, and the atmosphere was heavy with the weight of uncertainty. Poirot's eyes scanned the room, his sharp gaze catching every detail. Books were scattered across the floor, a vase tipped over, and on the desk, there it was. The nursery rhyme book. Poirot walked toward it slowly, his fingers brushing the worn cover. The book was in disarray, its pages bent and torn, as though someone had been rifling through it in a hurry. But it wasn't the book itself that caught Poirot's attention. It was a single small scrap of paper tucked inside the back cover. He unfolded the paper his eyes scanning the words written in hurried, scrawled handwriting. "Find the rhyme. The answer is in the verse." Poirot's heart raced. It was a message, a clue left behind by someone who knew more than they were letting on. The rhyme, the verse, it was all starting to come together as Poirot turned the page of the nursery. Rhyme book. His mind raced with the implications. Someone was playing a game of deception, one that was far more intricate than he had initially thought, and now he had a new lead. Chapter 4. The Puzzle in the Verse. The light in Ashford Manor's drawing-room grew dim as the day turned into evening, casting a shadow over the quiet halls. Yet Hercule Poirot's mind, as always, was as sharp as ever. The discovery of the nursery rhyme book in Miss Vale's hidden study had ignited a new wave of curiosity in the great detective. The clue left behind, a piece of paper with a cryptic message reading, "Find the rhyme. The answer is in the verse," had set Poirot's little grey cells into overdrive. He had returned to his rented quarters that evening, determined to uncover the meaning behind the verse, and to piece together the fragments of the case that were beginning to shift like sands in an hourglass. His eyes lingered on the nursery rhyme book, which now lay before him on his polished desk, its worn pages staring up at him as if daring him to uncover the truth. The room was silent, save for the faint ticking of the mantel clock and the occasional rustle of Poirot's precise movements. He leafed through the book, each page revealing a different nursery rhyme, yet none stood out immediately. The verses, while familiar, seemed benign, their simple words betraying nothing more than the innocence of childhood. Poirot could not allow himself to be deceived by the simplicity of the text. His instincts told him the answer was hidden within. Every nursery rhyme had a history, a context, a deeper meaning. But which one held the key to unlocking Lady Evelyn's murder, and possibly Miss Vale's disappearance? The verse that stood. Out Poirot's fingers danced across the pages until one rhyme in particular caught his attention, a verse he had not heard in many years. He sat up straighter as he read it aloud in his soft, deliberate manner. "Ba, ba, black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir, yes, sir, 3 bags full, 1 for the master, 1 for the dame, and 1 for the little boy who lives down the lane." The rhyme, though playful, struck Poirot with a sense of foreboding. On the surface, it seemed to speak of a sheep offering its wool, but Poirot knew that no nursery rhyme was as simple as it seemed. Why had this particular rhyme appeared in Miss Vale's study? What had it meant to her? The rhyme's simple wording might be a clever disguise, masking something far darker beneath its seemingly innocent layers. Poirot turned the page, searching for any other clues that might indicate a connection to the case. He needed to break this down. The rhyme mentioned 3 bags full of wool, each going to a different person: the master, the dame, and the little boy. The words were mundane, even mundane to the point of being forgettable. Yet Poirot was certain they were crucial. The names master, dame, and little boy had to mean something. The rhyme seemed to set a pattern, an old order of things. Poirot's mind turned to Lady Evelyn. She had been the dame, surely, the matriarch of Ashford Manor. But who were the master and the little boy? The answer, Poirot knew, would soon reveal itself. The book's secret Poirot could not ignore the strange, almost deliberate way in which the book had been left behind in Miss Vale's study, nor could he dismiss the possibility that this rhyme was more than just an obscure clue. Perhaps Miss Vale herself had left the rhyme there, knowing that it would mean something to Poirot. But why? And was she involved in Lady Evelyn's murder? Or was she merely an innocent bystander? Poirot closed the book and carefully studied the room once more. The overturned vase, the scattered books, each item spoke volumes to his trained eye. A hurried search, perhaps? No, Poirot decided. It was more than that. This room had been prepared for him to find. Miss Vale had been leading him, step by step, towards something. But what? There was a flicker of realization as he noticed something he hadn't before. On the inside cover of the book, there was a smudge, barely visible, but undeniably there. Poirot's keen eyes narrowed. It was a fingerprint, faint but clear. He picked up a magnifying glass and inspected it closely. The fingerprint was unique, a signet of someone who had touched the book with deliberate intent. With careful precision, Poirot used a small cloth to rub the print with a hint of powder. It was enough to reveal the impression. His eyes widened as he recognized the print. It was Lady Evelyn's Poirot sat back in his chair, a wave of understanding washing over him. Lady Evelyn had held the book at some point. It was her book. The rhyme belonged to her. But if that were true, then why had it been placed in Miss Vale's study? The hidden connection Poirot's thoughts were interrupted by the soft knock of a servant on the door. The butler entered, offering a polite bow. "Excuse me, Monsieur Poirot," the butler said, "but Sir Marcus Ashford requests a meeting. Him has new information he wishes to share with you." Poirot raised an eyebrow, surprised by the urgency in the request. Sir Marcus Ashford, the man who had been the primary suspect, was now asking to speak with him. Was this an act of desperation, or was the man trying to throw Poirot off the scent? "Very well," Poirot said, setting the nursery rhyme book aside. "I shall meet with him now. The confrontation with Sir Marcus A." Short while later, Poirot found himself standing in front of Sir Marcus's study once again. The room was grand, with its dark mahogany furniture, and tall shelves lined with books, the windows casting a gloomy light as dusk settled in. Sir Marcus sat behind his desk, his face pale and drawn. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had not slept for days. Poirot's presence seemed to weigh heavily on Sir Marcus, but he motioned for the detective to take a seat. "Monsieur Poirot," he began, his voice tight, "I must admit I was not entirely forthcoming with you the other day. There are matters, things I did not tell you." Poirot's lips curled into a slight smile. "Ah, mon ami, I suspected as much. You have not been entirely honest with me. But no matter. We all have our reasons, do we not?" Sir Marcus shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "It is true that I owe money. The debts have been growing, and I didn't want Evelyn to know. I thought I could handle it, find a way out. But when she discovered the truth, well—" He trailed off, clearly agitated. "I did not kill her, Poirot. I would never have harmed her. She was everything to me." Poirot leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing as he observed Sir Marcus closely. "And yet you had a letter in your desk, a letter requesting a meeting with her on the night she died. How do you explain that?" Sir Marcus's face flushed. "The letter was an apology," he said quickly. "I wanted to tell her everything, to beg for her forgiveness. I feared losing her, Poirot, but I did not harm her. I could never do that." Poirot's gaze softened, but only slightly. "I believe you, Sir Marcus, but someone else is hiding something. You are not the only one with secrets in this house." At that, Sir Marcus fell silent, his eyes darting nervously around the room. Poirot could see that there was more to the story, more than Sir Marcus was letting on. But what a mysterious visitor! Later that night, Poirot sat alone in his quarters, pondering the new developments. Sir Marcus had admitted his financial troubles, but his story seemed incomplete. The letter, the nursery rhyme, and now Lady Evelyn's fingerprints on the book. Everything pointed to something larger, something more intricate than a simple domestic dispute. As Poirot turned the pages of his notes, he heard a soft knock at the door. He opened it to reveal the butler once again, his expression grave. "Excuse me, Monsieur Poirot," the butler said. "There's someone here to see you. A visitor, a woman. She says she has information that may help you." Poirot's curiosity piqued. "Bring her in." A moment later, a woman stepped into the room, her face partially obscured by a veil. She was tall, elegant, and her presence seemed to command the room. Her eyes, however, were filled with a strange mixture of fear and resolve. "I am Lady Geraldine," she said quietly, her voice trembling slightly. "I have information about the murder of Lady Evelyn." Poirot's pulse quickened. Another lead, another piece of the puzzle. "Tell me, Lady Geraldine," he said, motioning for her to sit. "What do you know?" She took a deep breath, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. "I knew Lady Evelyn. We were close once. But I never thought it would come to this." She hesitated, her eyes darting nervously around the room. It was Claudia Vale. She was in love with Sir Marcus, and she... But before she could finish, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway, and Lady Geraldine's voice faltered. Was this the breakthrough Poirot had been waiting for? Chapter 5. The Unravelling. Thread Poirot stood at the window, watching the rain fall steadily outside. The steady rhythm of the droplets hitting the glass was almost hypnotic, mirroring the relentless march of time that seemed to be slipping through his fingers. The case had taken another unexpected turn, and yet the more he uncovered, the more elusive the truth became. Lady Evelyn's murder, Miss Vale's disappearance, the cryptic nursery rhyme, and now the mysterious visitor. Each clue seemed to open up a new set of questions. Lady Geraldine's sudden appearance had startled Poirot. She had come with a sense of urgency, her face veiled in both fear and resolve. But her arrival also raised suspicion. She claimed to know something vital about Lady Evelyn's murder, but her words were cut short by the interruption that had left her trembling. "What do you know, Lady Geraldine?" Poirot had asked, his mind racing. "Who exactly is Claudia Vale, and how is she involved in all of this?" The lady's words hung in the air like the scent of a storm before the rain. Claudia Vale. That name had cropped up repeatedly in the investigation, and now it was clear that she had some link to both Sir Marcus Ashford and the late Lady Evelyn. But what? Was she a lover? A rival? Or had she been something darker? An accomplice in a plot Poirot had yet to understand? Poirot's thoughts were interrupted by the soft knock of the butler at his door. "Excuse me, Monsieur Poirot," the butler said, his voice strained. "Sir Marcus Ashford has requested to see you once more. He insists it is urgent." Poirot turned away from the window, feeling the weight of the case settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. "Of course," he replied. "Show him in." A desperate confession. The door opened, and Sir Marcus entered the room, his usually impeccable appearance now slightly dishevelled. His face was pale, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had not slept or eaten properly in days. He had the air of a man under immense pressure, a man whose world was crumbling around him. Poirot studied him carefully. There was something different in Sir Marcus's demeanour now, something that suggested the man was on the edge of a breaking point. Poirot gestured to the chair opposite his own. "Please, Sir Marcus, sit. You have news for me, I understand." Sir Marcus sank into the chair with a heavy sigh. He seemed hesitant, as if weighing his words carefully before speaking. "Poirot, I've come to confess something," he began, his voice shaking. "I don't know who else to turn to. I've told you part of the truth, but there's more, much more." Poirot remained silent, his eyes fixed on Sir Marcus as he spoke. "The truth about Claudia Vale," Sir Marcus continued. "She's not just some woman I've known. She was more than that. She was obsessed with me, and when she learned about Lady Evelyn and I, she became dangerous. She threatened to ruin me, but I never thought she would go this far." Poirot's interest was piqued. "Go on," he urged, his voice calm but insistent. Sir Marcus leaned forward, his eyes wild with fear. "She didn't just want me, Poirot. She wanted everything. The house, the title. She was planning to marry me, to take Evelyn's place. But Evelyn was not a fool. She knew. She confronted Claudia, and I should have done something sooner. I should have stopped it." Poirot's mind raced as he took in Sir Marcus's confession. "You are telling me that Claudia Vale was the one who—" "No!" Sir Marcus interrupted, shaking his head violently. "No, I didn't kill Evelyn, I swear it. But I was too weak to stop her. I was too weak to get out of the mess she had created. She wanted Evelyn out of the way, but she couldn't do it herself. She needed help. She turned to someone else." Poirot's curiosity deepened. "Someone else? Who?" Sir Marcus looked around the room, as if to ensure no one was listening. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Miss Vale, Claudia. Claudia convinced her to help. She said that they could make it look like an accident. They planned to kill Evelyn. They planned to poison her." Poirot's expression remained unreadable, but his mind was already processing the information. "And did they succeed?" "No," Sir Marcus replied, his voice trembling. "Evelyn fought back. She must have suspected something. She was never going to be easy to deceive. That's why Miss Vale panicked. She must have changed the plan at the last moment." Poirot's brow furrowed. "You are suggesting that Miss Vale was directly involved in the murder?" Sir Marcus nodded slowly. "Yes, I believe she was. But she didn't do it alone. Claudia Claudia manipulated her, and now, I fear, it's too late to stop what's coming. Claudia is still out there, and she won't stop until she gets what she wants. Poirot sat back in his chair, absorbing Sir Marcus's words. The plot was thickening, and yet many questions remained unanswered. What had driven Miss Vale to become an accomplice in such a crime? What was the true motive behind Claudia Vale's actions? And why had she left such an elaborate trail of clues? Clues that Poirot now followed like breadcrumbs, leading him ever closer to the truth. A dangerous game. After Sir Marcus left, his confession hanging heavy in the air, Poirot found himself alone once more, pondering the enormity of what had just been revealed. The layers of deception, the twisted web of relationships, and the undeniable sense that something darker was at play all gnawed at him. Miss Vale, Claudia Vale, Sir Marcus Ashford, each of them had a role to play in this tragedy. But who was the true mastermind? Poirot's mind turned to the nursery rhyme book once more. Lady Evelyn's fingerprints on the pages, the cryptic, verse, the references to wool and the different recipients. The rhyme seemed like a key to unlock the entire mystery. The rhyme spoke of 3 bags of wool, 1 for the master, 1 for the dame, and 1 for the little boy. The words were simple, but they held a deeper meaning, one that Poirot was still trying to decipher. The master, the dame, and the little boy. The rhyme had to refer to 3 people in the household. But who were they? Sir Marcus was the master, of course. Lady Evelyn had been the dame. But who was the little boy? Was it Miss Vale or someone else? Poirot's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp knock on the door. It was the butler again, this time with an urgent expression. "Excuse me, Monsieur Poirot," the butler said, "but there is something you must see. A package has arrived for you, marked with your name." Poirot raised an eyebrow. "A package? Please bring it to me." A moment later, the butler returned, holding a small unmarked package wrapped in plain brown paper. Poirot took it from him, his fingers tracing the edges of the package. It felt light, as though it contained only a small object. He carefully tore open the paper, revealing a small wooden box. The box was intricately carved, with delicate patterns that seemed almost familiar. Poirot opened the box slowly, his fingers trembling slightly as he peered inside. At first it appeared empty, but then he noticed something nestled in the bottom, a small folded piece of paper. He unfolded it carefully, revealing a message written in elegant script. 3 bags full, 1 for the master, 1 for the dame, and 1 for the little boy. You've missed the 4th. Poirot's heart skipped a beat as the words settled in his mind. A 4th bag? But the rhyme spoke of only 3. Who was the 4th person, and how did they fit into this twisted puzzle? The final piece Poirot's mind raced as he pieced together the meaning of the new clue. The 4th bag. It was a piece of the puzzle that had eluded him. Was it possible that someone else had been involved in Lady Evelyn's death? Someone who had been hidden in plain sight all along? Poirot had learned over the years that the truth was rarely straightforward. It often hid behind layers of deceit, behind the masks people wore to protect themselves. But the key was always there, waiting to be uncovered. He stood up abruptly, his mind made up. There was only one person who could hold the answer to the final question. The fourth bag. The missing piece. It was time to confront Miss Vale herself. Chapter 6. The web Titan's Poirot paced slowly across the room, his mind working at full capacity as he thought through the revelations of the last few days. The mysteries that had once seemed so simple were now tangled in a web of deception and uncertainty. Sir Marcus Ashford's confession, the cryptic nursery rhyme, the hidden clues. The more Poirot uncovered, the more intricate the puzzle became. But the most perplexing question still remained. Who was truly responsible for Lady Evelyn's murder? The missing fourth bag mentioned in the note had been a breakthrough, yet it had only led to more questions. Claudia, Vale's involvement, Sir Marcus's hesitant confession, and the ever-present shadows of Lady Evelyn's tragic demise seemed to pull Poirot deeper into a game of psychological manipulation. A game that none of the players seemed fully aware they were participating in. Poirot took a deep breath. His mind focused on the next step. He had a theory, but before he could begin to piece it together, he needed to confront the one person who might hold the key to unravelling the mystery. Claudia Vale. The confrontation with Claudia Vale Poirot arrived at Claudia Vale's residence. The following morning, his posture immaculate as he stood before the door, preparing for what would undoubtedly be a crucial encounter. He had visited her once before, but at that time his questions had been met with a calm and measured demeanour. Too calm, perhaps, for someone caught in the midst of such a dark plot. This time, Poirot was determined to break that facade. They took his shoes, door creaked open, and a maid ushered Poirot into a tastefully decorated sitting room, where Claudia Vale sat, her eyes downcast. She was a striking woman, tall and composed, with dark, penetrating eyes that seemed to miss nothing. Her demeanour remained calm, even as Poirot entered the room and took a seat across from her. "Ah, Mademoiselle Vale," Poirot began, his voice smooth yet firm. "You are quite the enigma, I must say. A woman of many talents and perhaps even more secrets." Claudia's lips curled into a slight smile, but it did not reach her eyes. "I assure you, Monsieur Poirot, there are no secrets. Here, I've told you everything I know." Poirot studied her carefully, looking for any sign of discomfort, any flicker of guilt or fear. He found none. "Everything you say," he replied, raising an eyebrow. "Then you must explain to me what you meant by your involvement with Sir Marcus Ashford." Claudia's expression faltered only for a moment, but Poirot had already seen it. The briefest of hesitations, a shift in the balance of power. "I've already told you," she said, her voice calm. "I had a history with Sir Marcus, but nothing more. He was a friend. He is a friend." "Ah, but that is not what Sir Marcus tells me, mademoiselle," Poirot countered. "He speaks of a different relationship, one that involved threats, jealousy, and even murder. Tell me, how do you explain that?" Claudia's eyes narrowed slightly, but she did not respond immediately. Poirot pressed on. "And then there is the matter of the nursery rhyme, Mademoiselle Vale. You know, the one with the 3 bags of wool. You know of its significance, don't you?" Claudia's posture stiffened, her gaze flickering toward the window for just a moment. Poirot could sense that the mention of the rhyme had struck a nerve. "I do not see what that has to do with anything," she said, her voice icy. Poirot leaned forward, his eyes locking with hers. "Everything, mademoiselle. The rhyme speaks of 3 bags, one for the master, one for the dame, and one for the little boy. But who, I wonder, is the 4th bag? You see, I have been searching for that 4th bag, and I suspect it is much closer to you than you would like to admit. Claudia's lips tightened into a thin line, but Poirot could see the wariness in her eyes. She was hiding something, and Poirot was determined to uncover it, a glimpse of the truth. There was a long silence between them. Claudia Vale's eyes flickered toward the door, as though contemplating making a hasty exit. Poirot, however, remained unmoved, his gaze unwavering. He knew that the next words out of her mouth would be crucial. "I do not know what you are insinuating," Claudia said at last, her voice tinged with frustration. "I have no involvement in Lady Evelyn's death, Monsieur Poirot. You are wasting your time." Poirot smiled, though his expression held no trace of warmth. "Ah, but you see, mademoiselle, you are mistaken. I am not wasting my time. I am simply searching for the truth as I always do." A beat passed, and then Claudia seemed to crumble beneath the pressure. Her shoulders sagged, and she let out a long, weary sigh. "Perhaps it is time you learned the truth then. But I warn you, it is not a story I wish to tell." Poirot leaned forward, his eyes glinting with sharp intelligence. "Tell me, mademoiselle, Vale, the truth, all of it." Claudia hesitated for a moment before speaking, her voice low and filled with emotion. "Lady Evelyn knew. She knew that I was once involved with Sir Marcus. She knew that I still had feelings for him. She knew everything. And when she confronted me, she threatened to expose everything. She told me she would ruin me, and I would lose everything." Poirot's heart raced as he absorbed her words. "So, you admit it. You had a motive to see her gone." Claudia's lips trembled. "I did not kill her, Monsieur Poirot. I swear it. But I did have a part in it. I tried to convince her to leave Sir Marcus, to let him go, but she refused. She said she would never give him up. And when she wouldn't listen, I turned to someone else for help." Poirot's mind began to race. This was the breakthrough he had been waiting for. Someone else? Who? Claudia's eyes filled with sorrow, and for the first time, Poirot saw a crack in her composed exterior. "I turned to Miss Vale. I convinced her that Lady Evelyn would destroy us both. We needed to stop her before it was too late." Poirot's pulse quickened as Claudia continued. "But I never intended for it to go this far. Miss Vale, she wasn't like me. She was desperate. She didn't hesitate. She took matters into her own hands. And before I knew it, Lady Evelyn was dead." Poirot felt a chill creep down his spine as the full weight of the confession settled upon him. Claudia Vale had been an accomplice, but she had not been the one to strike the fatal blow. The true killer, it seemed, was someone even more dangerous than he had imagined. The revelation Poirot stood up suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle finally falling into place. He could no longer ignore the facts. The involvement of Miss Vale, her sudden disappearance, and the strange behaviour of those closest to Lady Evelyn, all of it pointed to a single truth. But there was more. "Where is Miss Vale now?" Poirot asked, his voice tight with urgency. Claudia's face went pale as she stood from her seat. "I don't know. She She disappeared the night of the murder. I tried to stop her, but it was too late. Poirot's mind raced, his thoughts connecting the dots faster than he could process them. Claudia Vale had confessed to being complicit in Lady Evelyn's death, but Miss Vale was the one who had carried out the crime. She had been the one to take the final step and push Claudia's plan into deadly action. Poirot turned swiftly toward the door. "You are not the only one hiding something, mademoiselle. I must find Miss Vale, now. She is the key to this mystery." Dangerous chase. The rain had stopped, but the air felt thick with anticipation. As Poirot left Claudia Vale's residence, his mind laser-focused on finding Miss Vale before she could disappear for good. He had no time to waste. The clock was ticking, and if Miss Vale was indeed the killer, she would stop at nothing to cover her tracks. Poirot made his way through the streets of London, his footsteps quick but measured. He had a single destination in mind, Miss Vale's last known location, a small flat on the outskirts of town. If he was right, it was there that the final pieces of the puzzle would fall into place. Chapter 7. The final clue. Poirot's mind was a maze of thoughts, each turn more complex than the last, as he made his way through the bustling streets of London. The rain had returned, and the once sunny city had taken on a darker hue, as though it too were preparing for the climax of the tangled mystery he had been unravelling. Claudia Vale's confession had only heightened his sense of urgency. Miss Vale was still out there, and with each passing moment, the chances of her disappearing forever seemed to grow. The cryptic nursery rhyme, the hidden bags and the psychological games had all led Poirot to this point. A final confrontation with the woman who had, in many ways, orchestrated Lady Evelyn's murder. He could almost feel the tension tightening around him as he approached Miss Vale's flat, a dark and uninviting building on the outskirts of town. As Poirot ascended the narrow staircase to the third floor, his thoughts lingered on the final pieces of the puzzle. Claudia Vale had admitted to seeking help from Miss Vale, but Miss Vale's motives were still unclear. Why had she killed Lady Evelyn? Was it simply for revenge, or was there something more, something deeper and darker, at play? Poirot's sharp mind raced with possibilities as he reached the door to Miss Vale's flat. He knocked once, twice, his knock deliberate and firm. There was no answer. His instincts told him that Miss Vale was inside. He could almost feel her presence through the walls. Without waiting for a response, Poirot produced a small key from his pocket, a key that had been given to him earlier by a trusted contact who had once worked with Miss Vale. The door creaked open, revealing a small but tidy apartment, dimly lit by the soft glow of a single lamp. Poirot stepped inside, his every movement calculated, his senses heightened. He paused for a moment, taking in the surroundings. The room was neat, but there were signs of recent disturbance. A chair had been overturned, papers scattered across the floor, and the smell of perfume lingered in the air. Miss Vale had been here recently. Poirot moved through the apartment with the precision of a man on a mission. He knew the truth was close, and with every step he could feel the weight of the mystery pressing in on him. His eyes scanned the room, picking out the smallest details. A torn envelope on the floor, a faint trail of red lipstick on the edge of a glass, the scent of freshly burned incense hanging in the air. It was the small things that Poirot always paid attention to, and it was these details that would ultimately lead him to the final clue. The search for the final clue Poirot moved to the desk, carefully sifting through the scattered papers. A few were letters, their ink smudged by what appeared to be a hurried hand. None of them seemed to provide any immediate insight, but Poirot knew better than to discard anything too quickly. He needed to find the one thing, one detail, that would lead him to Miss Vale and expose the truth once and for all. His gaze flicked to the bookshelves along the wall. There, among a collection of novels and various works of fiction, Poirot spotted something unusual. A small leather-bound book stood slightly askew on the shelf, as though it had been moved recently. Curious, he pulled it from its place and opened it to the first page. It was a nursery rhyme book, an old one. The pages yellowed with age. Poirot's fingers traced the title, and for a moment he was lost in thought. Could this be the final piece? The nursery rhyme that had been so central to the case? Was it more than just a riddle? Was it a key to something deeper, something hidden right under his nose? He flipped through the pages carefully, his eyes scanning the familiar nursery rhymes, until one in particular caught his attention. It was the same rhyme from Lady Evelyn's note, the one with the 3 bags, but this time the words seemed different. 1 bag for the master, 1 bag for the dame, 1 bag for the little boy, and 1 for the flame. The rhyme had changed. Poirot's heart skipped a beat. 1 for the flame, he muttered under his breath. What did it mean? What was this new clue telling him? The flame, was it a metaphor, or was it something more literal? Poirot closed the book gently and placed it back on the shelf. His mind raced as he pondered the new line. Was it a reference to something that had been overlooked? Something in the environment that could provide the final piece of the puzzle? He turned to face the rest of the room, his gaze sharp and calculating. The flame. His eyes moved to the fireplace in the corner of the room, the small embers still glowing faintly beneath the grate. Poirot took a few steps closer, his mind working swiftly. The fire, of course, the flame, was not just a poetic turn of phrase. It was a literal clue. He knelt down in front of the fireplace, peering closely at the ashes and the charred remnants within. There, nestled among the blackened wood, Poirot spotted a small object, part of a broken locket. He carefully retrieved it, his fingers delicate as they brushed away the soot. It was unmistakable. The locket had once been part of a matching set, but only one half remained. The other half, he realized, had to be with Lady Evelyn. This was the final clue, the link between Miss Vale, Claudia Vale, and the murder of Lady Evelyn. Poirot stood, the locket in his hand, and looked around the room. Everything was starting to fall into place. The rhyme, the flame, the locket. It all pointed back to one crucial detail: the motive behind the murder. Miss Vale had not just killed Lady Evelyn out of jealousy or anger. She had done it to claim something of immense value. The locket was not just a trinket. It was a key to something far more significant. But why had she hidden it in the fire? Why destroy it if it was so important? Poirot's mind worked tirelessly. his thoughts flashing to the earlier pieces of the puzzle. Lady Evelyn had been connected to a great wealth, and that wealth was somehow tied to the mystery of the locket. But who stood to gain the most from Lady Evelyn's death? It was time to return to the suspects. The gathering of the suspect Poirot left Miss Vale's apartment with a renewed sense of purpose. The final clue had given him the key he needed, but there were still questions that lingered. How could Miss Vale, in all her desperation, think she could escape the consequences of murder? And what of Claudia Vale? Had she known about the locket's significance? It was time to confront them both, to force them to reveal the truth. The gathering of suspects was imminent. Poirot had invited all of them to meet him at the estate of Lady Evelyn, where the tragedy had unfolded. It was there, under the cold grey skies, that Poirot would piece together the final truths and reveal the identity of the killer. As the suspects arrived one by one, Poirot observed them carefully, noting every detail. Their body language, their expressions, the way they interacted with one another. Every movement spoke volumes, and Poirot was ready to listen. First, there was Claudia Vale, standing tall and composed as always. But Poirot could see the anxiety in her eyes, the way she kept glancing toward the door, as though expecting someone to walk in. Sir Marcus Ashford, too, was visibly uneasy, his hands clasped tightly in front of him, as if to steady himself against the growing tension in the air. And then there was Miss Vale, her presence as cold and distant as ever, but her eyes flickering with something else, something Poirot could not quite place. He was certain now that she knew her time was running out, and it was only a matter of moments before the truth would come spilling out. The final reveal. Poirot stood before the group, his expression calm but intense. He knew that the moment had arrived, the moment when the tangled web of lies and deception would finally be unravelled. He held up the broken locket, its pieces gleaming under the dim light. "This," Poirot began, his voice steady, "is the key to the entire mystery. The locket was hidden in the flames, perhaps as a way to destroy the evidence. But it is not the flames that tell the true story. It is the locket itself." Claudia Vale's eyes widened as Poirot continued. "This locket, once belonging to Lady Evelyn, contained a secret. The second half of it, the one Miss Vale had, contained a document, a deed, a will, a transfer of wealth. But only one half of the locket could be found, and that half had been destroyed in the fire." Miss Vale stiffened, her face pale. Poirot's eyes never left her. "You knew, Miss Vale. You knew that if Lady Evelyn died, you would inherit her wealth. That is why you killed her. But you never expected the locket to be found." The room fell silent. Claudia Vale seemed to collapse inwardly, her shoulders sagging as the weight of the truth came crashing down on her. Poirot turned to face the others, his voice firm. "It was Miss Vale who killed Lady Evelyn. She did it for the inheritance, for the wealth that would pass to her once Lady Evelyn was gone." Chapter 8. The last secrets revealed. The rain had stopped, leaving behind a thick fog that clung to the city's buildings like a shroud. As Hercule Poirot stood outside the grand doors of Lady Evelyn's estate, the air was heavy with anticipation. The mystery had reached its final moments, and he could feel it in the very bones of the case. The pieces of the puzzle had fallen, into place. But there was something more, something deeper, that needed to be uncovered before the truth could truly be laid bare. Inside, the assembled suspects were all uneasy. Claudia Vale sat in her usual poised manner, her hands folded neatly in her lap, but her eyes were darting to and fro as if she were searching for an escape. Sir Marcus Ashford, the dashing and seemingly affable gentleman, appeared far less composed than usual, his brow furrowed, his fingers twitching nervously. Miss Vale, who had been the subject of Poirot's keen scrutiny ever since the locket was discovered, stood near the fireplace, her back straight, but her eyes betraying a storm of emotions. It was clear that she knew the game was up. Poirot had spent the entire evening preparing for this moment. He had gathered his thoughts, scrutinized every clue, and now the time had come to confront the heart of the mystery head-on. He needed to press further. There were still loose ends, threads that, if pulled just a little harder, would reveal the final secrets buried beneath the surface. The confrontation Poirot looked at each of them in turn, his piercing gaze locking onto each suspect, his face a mask of composure. Yet, beneath that calm exterior, his mind was whirling. The broken locket, the rhyme, the fire. It was all connected, but there were still things that didn't make sense. His instincts told him that someone in the room was hiding something far more significant than they realized. "Ladies and gentlemen," Poirot began, his voice crisp and measured, "we have come to the final chapter of this tale, and while the locket has revealed much, there are still matters that must be clarified, even before we reveal the identity of the one responsible for Lady Evelyn's untimely demise." He paused, allowing his words to sink in. The room fell silent, tension thick in the air. The rhyme, Poirot continued, was not merely a whimsical riddle. It was a carefully constructed message left by Lady Evelyn herself. The bags mentioned in the nursery rhyme had significance, yes, but there was a deeper meaning behind them, a meaning that led me to the locket. Poirot held the broken locket up, its shattered halves glinting in the dim light of the room. But there was something more, something that, until now, had remained hidden. Miss Vale's eyes flickered for a moment, a brief but telling reaction. Poirot was quick to notice. "You see," Poirot said, his voice becoming more deliberate, "the rhyme also hinted at a truth that only one person could have known. One person who had been close to Lady Evelyn in a way no one else could understand." Claudia Vale shifted in her seat, her posture suddenly more rigid. She had been silent for the past few moments, her eyes glancing nervously at the others. Poirot noticed her unease, and he wasn't the only one. Sir Marcus Ashford, too, seemed to be watching her intently, as though he were waiting for her to speak. Poirot's gaze returned to Miss Vale. The key to understanding everything lies in this very rhyme, and its connection to your past with Lady Evelyn. Miss Vale, you were more than just her confidant, weren't you?" Miss Vale stiffened, her lips parting as though to speak, but she closed her mouth again, clearly struggling to maintain her composure. "Speak, Miss Vale," Poirot urged gently. "Your silence will only delay the inevitable. You were a part of this puzzle all along." The woman stood still, her face a mask of conflict, before she finally let out a sharp breath. Her eyes narrowed, and she met Poirot's gaze head-on. "Yes," she said softly, almost as if confessing to a personal burden. "I was more than a confidant. I was her lover." The hidden truth. There was a collective gasp in the room. Claudia Vale's eyes widened in shock, while Sir Marcus Ashford looked taken aback, his earlier bravado replaced by confusion. "Her lover?" Claudia Vale whispered, her voice trembling. "But I never knew." Miss Vale's gaze hardened, though there was a sadness in her eyes that spoke volumes. It was never meant to be discovered. Lady Evelyn and I shared a bond, an intimate one. But we were careful. We kept it secret, hidden from the world. No one could know the truth. Poirot nodded slowly, absorbing the weight of her confession. It explained much. Too much, in fact. Lady Evelyn's death had not simply been about greed or jealousy. It was personal. It was a crime of passion, of betrayal. "And the rhyme?" Poirot asked, keeping his voice steady. Miss Vale's expression darkened. "It was my message to Lady Evelyn, a secret between us. I had known about the inheritance, the wealth that Lady Evelyn stood to gain, but I had also known about the way. She was using it. She wanted more. She wanted to control things. She wanted to be the one in power, not just the one with wealth. And so I knew that, in the end, it would be either her or me." Poirot nodded thoughtfully. "So you used the rhyme to signal your intentions, to let Lady Evelyn know you were prepared to do anything to ensure your future. But that was not enough, was it?" Miss Vale's lips curled into a grim smile. "No, it wasn't. Lady Evelyn was clever, too clever. She realized what I was doing and decided to outmaneuver me. She tried to use the locket to secure her control, to remove me from the equation entirely. That was the moment I knew. I had no choice but to act." Claudia Vale's voice trembled as she spoke, a mix of disbelief and horror in her tone. "But you killed her. You had to," Miss Vale interrupted sharply. "She was going to ruin me. She was going to expose everything. She knew about the locket and its significance. She knew what I had done, and she had every intention of using it against me. I had to make sure she never spoke again." Poirot watched her carefully, his mind piecing together the events in the room. It wasn't just the murder of Lady Evelyn that was at play here. It was the twisted, complicated emotions of two women caught in a dangerous web of secrets, lies, and power. The Confession of Claudia Vale. Claudia Vale shifted uncomfortably in her seat, her gaze now cast downward. She had been quiet for too long, but the weight of the truth seemed to force her hand. "It was my fault," she said in a low voice, barely audible. I encouraged Miss Vale to take that final step. I had my own reasons, yes, but I did not think it would end like this. I did not think it would lead to her death." Poirot's sharp eyes flicked toward Claudia. "And what were your reasons, Miss Vale? What was it that you wanted?" Claudia hesitated for a long moment before speaking again. "I wanted the inheritance. I wanted Lady Evelyn's wealth. But I did not expect Miss Vale to take matters into her own hands. I thought the locket would be enough to get me what I wanted. But Miss Vale, she didn't care about the wealth. She cared about her own survival." The realization struck Poirot like a thunderclap. "So it was you who set this in motion. You planted the seed of doubt in Miss Vale's mind. You convinced her that the only way out was to kill Lady Evelyn. Claudia's face crumpled. I never thought she would do it. I never thought she would actually go that far. But once she did, I was trapped. There was no turning back. I couldn't stop her, and I couldn't let anyone know what we had done. Poirot watched the two women closely, his mind calculating, weighing their words carefully. It was clear now that Miss Vale and Claudia Vale were bound together in more ways than one. The locket, the rhyme, the murder. It all fit together in a twisted tale of betrayal, deception, and greed. The final moments, with the truth now laid bare, Poirot addressed the group. The crime has been solved, but the consequences will be far-reaching. Lady Evelyn's death was the result of a complex web of emotions, secrets, and lies. Both of you, he looked at Miss Vale and Claudia, played a part in her demise. But now justice must be served. The silence in the room was palpable. Claudia Vale looked away, unable to meet Poirot's gaze. Miss Vale, too, appeared, resigned to her fate. The weight of their actions was heavy on them both, and there was no escaping it. Poirot took a deep breath. You will both be held accountable for your roles in this tragic event. But there is no need for further deception. The truth has been revealed. And so the final chapter of the case was written. Hercule Poirot, with his ever-steady mind, had unravelled the tangled web of lies and deception. Lady Evelyn's death was no longer a mystery. The secrets, once buried beneath the surface, had been brought to light, and justice had been served. Chapter Triste. A twist in the tale. The sound of the rain against the windows had stopped, and with it the air seemed to settle into an eerie calm. Hercule Poirot, seated at the centre of the drawing-room, watched the suspects closely. There was something in the silence, something lingering in the atmosphere that suggested the case was not yet finished. Something unfinished, unresolved. Lady Evelyn's death had been explained, but there were still questions, lingering doubts that needed to be answered. Poirot had learned long ago that nothing was ever truly as it seemed. Even when a case appeared closed, he knew better than to dismiss a feeling, a sudden shift, or a strange inconsistency. His mind, razor-sharp and ever-watchful, had picked up on something odd, something no one had noticed before. For all her confessions, for all the pieces that had come together, Miss Vale's final words still echoed in his mind. "I had to," she had said. "She was going to ruin me." The desperation in her tone had been clear, but Poirot, ever observant, had noticed something else. A subtle contradiction in her story, a gap between what she had said and what the evidence had suggested. Lady Evelyn had been killed in her own home, the clues pointing to the intricate play between greed, betrayal, and love. Yet the most important question, who had the most to gain, had not been answered entirely. The locket, the rhyme, and the careful orchestration of events pointed to Miss Vale, but Poirot had always believed there was more to uncover. The revelation of a hidden-hand Poirot stood from his chair and began to pace the room slowly, his hands clasped behind his back. The crackling fire in the hearth flickered in the dimly lit room, casting long shadows across the walls. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of his thoughts. "Ladies and gentlemen," Poirot began, breaking the silence, "I must admit that the case, as it stands, has appeared to be solved. But I find myself still troubled. There is a final piece, an important clue that we have yet to consider, and it lies with one person who has been overlooked." He turned towards Sir Marcus Ashford, who had been sitting in quiet contemplation, watching Poirot's every move. The man stiffened slightly, his eyes narrowing. "Sir Marcus," Poirot continued, his voice steady, "you have been a central figure in this investigation, yet your role has remained somewhat ambiguous. You were close to Lady Evelyn. You were the one who discovered her body, and you were among the first to be questioned by the authorities. But I wonder—" Poirot let the question hang in the air. Sir Marcus shifted uncomfortably in his seat, avoiding Poirot's gaze. "I have told you everything I know, Poirot. I have nothing more to add." Poirot smiled slightly, but it was a knowing smile. "Ah, but I believe there is more, Sir Marcus. You see, I have been thinking about your behaviour, your actions during the investigation, and most importantly, your relationship with Lady Evelyn." At this, Sir Marcus's face turned ashen. His hand reached for the glass of water on the table, but his fingers trembled as they wrapped around it. Poirot observed him closely, noting the subtle shift in his demeanour. "You knew Lady Evelyn well, did you not?" Poirot continued. "You were, after all, the one who introduced her to Miss Vale. Your involvement with her, and with this case, runs much deeper than you have let on." A deep silence filled the room. Sir Marcus looked as though he were about to speak, but stopped, himself. It was as though Poirot's words had struck him at the very core of his being. Poirot's expression softened slightly, though his eyes were sharp. It is not uncommon for someone to become emotionally attached to a victim, especially if there is a personal connection. But it is also not uncommon for that attachment to become something else entirely when wealth and power are involved. Sir Marcus's lips parted as though to argue, but Poirot raised a hand, signalling him to remain quiet. "I believe you were not just a friend to Lady Evelyn," Poirot said, his voice cutting through the tension. "I believe you were her lover." The room fell silent. Sir Marcus's face was now a shade of pale white, and his hand shook violently as it grasped the glass. "Poirot," Sir Marcus finally whispered, his voice low and trembling. "You do not understand. This is not how it seems. Poirot raised a hand to silence him, stepping closer to the man. "Sir Marcus," he began again, his voice calm yet unyielding. "You see, I understand very well. You were deeply involved with Lady Evelyn, and when she began to distance herself from you and grow closer to Miss Vale, you began to lose control." The unravelling of motives Claudia Vale, who had been listening with bated breath, now spoke up, her voice shaking slightly. "But why, Poirot? Why would Sir Marcus kill her? He was in love with her, wasn't he?" Poirot turned his gaze toward her. "That, my dear, is the most tragic part of this whole affair. You see, Sir Marcus did love Lady Evelyn, but love, when it is born of jealousy and insecurity, can lead a man down a very dark path." He looked back at Sir Marcus, who was now visibly sweating. The weight of Poirot's accusation seemed to press down on him, his every movement stiff and calculated. Lady Evelyn, in her wisdom, had begun to see through Sir Marcus's motivations. She realized that he was no longer the man she had once known. His obsession with her wealth, and with the inheritance she stood to gain, drove a wedge between them. As she pulled away, Sir Marcus realized that he would lose not only her love, but her wealth as well. In a moment of desperation, he made the decision to end her life. Poirot paused, allowing the gravity of his words to settle in the room. Sir Marcus's face twisted in anguish, and his eyes were wild with emotion. "No, no, Poirot, you're wrong," Sir Marcus stammered. "I didn't kill her. I loved her. I would never." Poirot's gaze was unflinching. "But you did, Sir Marcus. You killed her not because of hatred, but because of fear. Fear of losing everything." The room was still save for the crackle of the fire. Sir Marcus stood up suddenly, as though propelled by a force he could no longer control. "You do not understand," he said, his voice rising in pitch. "She was going to leave me. She was going to take everything from me. She told me she was going to give it all to Miss Vale. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't." Poirot's voice cut through the chaos. "And so you killed her. You used the locket as a means to frame Miss Vale, knowing it would point the authorities in her direction. But the truth always finds a way to the surface, Sir Marcus." For a moment, Sir Marcus stood there, his shoulders sagging in defeat. The revelation, the truth of his own actions, seemed to weigh heavily on him. Poirot did not move, did not speak. He simply watched as the man crumbled under the weight of his guilt. The final pieces. After a long moment, Sir Marcus collapsed back into his chair, his face in his hands. "I never meant for it to go this far," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "I never wanted her to die, but the fear of losing everything, it consumed me." Poirot nodded, his expression sombre. "Fear is a powerful motivator, my friend. It can drive a person to do terrible things." Claudia Vale's eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. She had been right all along. Her suspicions about Sir Marcus's involvement had proven true. But there was no satisfaction in the revelation. There was only sorrow, the sorrow of a life taken too soon, and the destruction that had been left in its wake. "You will pay for your crime, Sir Marcus," Poirot said softly, his voice steady. "But at least now the truth is known." The Gitisha room fell silent once again, the weight of the truth settling over them all. There would be no more lies, no more secrets. The mystery had been solved, but the cost of uncovering it had been high. Justice had been served, but the toll on those involved would never be fully erased. Poirot turned toward the door, his work complete. "It is time for the authorities to take over," he said. "The rest is beyond my control." Chapter 10. The Final Deductions. The storm had finally passed, leaving behind a quiet, almost oppressive calm. The mansion, once a bustling hub of secrets and whispers, was now a place of haunting silence. As Poirot stood in the drawing-room, the air thick with the weight of the truth, he allowed himself a moment of reflection. His task was almost complete. The last pieces of the puzzle had fallen into place. All that remained was the final act, the unravelling of the entire mystery before the authorities could take their charge. Claudia Vale, who had been sitting at the edge of the room, her face pale with the realization of Sir Marcus Ashford's guilt, stood and approached Poirot. Her eyes, wide with shock and disbelief, met his with a mixture of gratitude and sorrow. "Poirot," she said quietly, her voice soft but clear, I never imagined it would be him. I thought—" She paused, a hand going to her throat. "I thought I knew him. But now I see how blind I was." Poirot regarded her with sympathy. He had watched her struggle throughout the investigation, her every move filled with doubt, uncertainty, and most painfully, the weight of her own guilt. Her feelings for Lady Evelyn had been true, yet she had been manipulated by those around her. And though the truth had come to light, the pain of discovery was no less severe. "Ah, Mademoiselle Vale," Poirot said gently, "you must not blame yourself. The mind is often clouded by emotions, and in matters of the heart we can be blind to what is right before us. But you are a woman of integrity. You have suffered, yes, but you will rise above it." She nodded silently, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had believed in Sir Marcus, had even trusted him, and yet it was he who had orchestrated the tragedy that had torn apart her life. But she was strong, and Poirot knew that in time she would find a way to move forward. Poirot turned back to the room. All of the suspects were now gathered in the grand hall, waiting for his final explanation. The mystery had been resolved, but Poirot's meticulous nature demanded that the full story be told. It was not just about solving the crime, it was about illuminating the truth in a way that left no room for doubt. He entered the room where Sir Marcus Ashford sat, still slumped in his chair, his face pale and haggard, his once proud demeanour shattered. The man was no longer the confident and charming aristocrat that had first walked through Poirot's door. He was a broken figure, consumed by the weight of his own actions. Sir Marcus's eyes flickered up as Poirot approached. "So, it is over then?" he said, his voice hollow. "Oui, Sir Marcus," Poirot replied, his voice calm yet firm. "It is over, but it is important that you understand exactly how you arrived at this point, and why your actions led to the death of an innocent woman." Sir Marcus's expression faltered. "I told you, Poirot, I never meant to—" "Do not waste your breath," Poirot interrupted, his voice quiet but filled with authority. "I know what you meant. You meant to preserve your reputation, your wealth, and your control over Lady Evelyn. But in your desperation you made a fatal error, one that sealed the fate of your lover." The art of deception. Poirot's eyes narrowed as he paced slowly in front of the suspects, his mind meticulously piecing together the events that had led them to this point. Every detail, every conversation, every glance, all of it had been scrutinized. In the quiet corners of his mind, he had seen it all. "You see," Poirot began, "it was not just Lady Evelyn's wealth that you sought, Sir Marcus. It was her love, her attention. She was drifting away from you. She had grown tired of the games, the lies, and the manipulation. But you, Sir Marcus, could not accept that. You believed with all your heart that you had the right to control her fate. You were willing to do anything to ensure that she remained yours, even if it meant taking her life." The room was quiet, save for the soft rustling of fabric as Sir Marcus shifted in his seat. Claudia Vale, still standing at the side, looked from Poirot to Sir Marcus, her face a study in disbelief. She had never suspected Sir Marcus could be capable of such cruelty, but as Poirot continued to speak, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The locket, the nursery rhyme, the subtle clues, all of it pointed to Miss Vale as the killer. She was the obvious suspect, the one with the most to gain. But it was not Miss Vale who killed Lady Evelyn. No, it was you, Sir Marcus. Poirot's voice grew steadier as he continued. You used the nursery rhyme as a diversion, knowing it would lead the police to believe that Miss Vale was the murderer. You had planted the rhyme in Lady Evelyn's personal items, knowing that it would cast suspicion on her. You manipulated the entire situation to make her seem guilty. Poirot paused, letting the weight of his words settle in the room. Sir Marcus's eyes flickered nervously, but he did not speak. He had no defence. The rhyme, Poirot continued, was not a clue in and of itself. No, it was a distraction, a clever ruse to mislead everyone. But the real clue, the key to unlocking the truth, was hidden in plain sight. The locket. The locket's secret. Poirot's voice softened, and he turned to Claudia Vale. Miss Vale, you must understand that it was never you who was the murderer. You were simply a pawn in a much larger game. Claudia's eyes widened as she began to comprehend the extent of the manipulation. But why? Why would he frame me? I didn't have anything to do with it. Poirot smiled, a small, almost sad smile. Because you were the one closest to Lady Evelyn, and more importantly, you were the ones likely to be accused. Your jealousy, your closeness to the victim, your status as a rival, these were the elements Sir Marcus played upon. He knew the police would look to you, and in your grief and confusion, you nearly became the perfect scapegoat. Claudia's hands trembled at her sides. She had been on the verge of losing everything. The life she had built, her reputation, her freedom, all because of the lies of a man she had once trusted. Poirot turned back to Sir Marcus. You killed Lady Evelyn with the intent of preserving your place in her life. You believed that without her you would lose everything. You wanted to keep her, but you also wanted to control her. And when she began to distance herself from you, you snapped. You made the fatal decision to kill her. Poirot's eyes were piercing as he addressed Sir Marcus. You knew that, without Lady Evelyn, your social status would be destroyed. You knew that you would lose everything, your wealth, your position, your future, and so you killed her. The final moments. The room was still. No one spoke. Poirot's words hung in the air like the final chords of a long, tragic symphony. Sir Marcus, who had once been the picture of calm and collected aristocracy, now seemed a mere shadow of the man he had been. His eyes were glazed, his shoulders slumped, as though the very weight of his own guilt had crushed him. Poirot stepped back, his hands folded in front of him. And now, Sir Marcus, the truth is revealed. The law will take its course. You will face justice for what you have done. Claudia Vale, still reeling from the shock, took a deep breath. She felt a sense of release. Relief, perhaps, but also sorrow. The man she had once trusted, the man she had loved, was now exposed for who he truly was. The truth however painful, had finally been uncovered. Poirot turned his gaze to the room, his expression unchanged. In the end, it is not the cleverness of a murder that matters, nor the brilliance of the execution. It is the truth, always the truth, that will find its way to the surface. The truth has a way of revealing itself, even when it is hidden behind lies and deception. He looked around at the others in the room. And it is the truth that I have uncovered here today. The truth about human nature, the capacity for love, for betrayal, and for regret. A tragedy indeed, but one that can now be put to rest. The aftermath. The authorities arrived to take Sir Marcus away. The air in the room grew thick with a mixture of relief and sorrow. The mystery had been solved, but the damage had already been done. Lives had been broken, and hearts shattered by the actions of a man who had once seemed so perfect in his deceit. Poirot stood by the door, ready to leave, his mind already turning to the next case. But before he stepped out, he turned back to Claudia Vale, who was standing by the window, looking out at the darkening sky. "Miss Vale," Poirot said softly, "the truth is painful, yes, but remember, it is also liberating. You are free now, free from the lies and the manipulation. It is time to move forward." Claudia turned to him, her eyes filled with gratitude and sorrow. "Thank you, Poirot, for everything." With a final nod, Poirot turned and walked out of the mansion, leaving behind the storm of emotions that had raged within its walls. But as he stepped into the quiet night, he knew that the truth had triumphed, as it always did. Chapter 11. The Veil of Deception. Sun had long set, casting the grand estate in a cool, shadowy darkness. The once vibrant gardens lay quiet under a blanket of night, and the distant hum of the city seemed a world away. Inside the mansion, Poirot stood at the base of the grand staircase, his mind whirring with the details of the case. There was something deeper, something more insidious, hidden within the web of lies and deceit that he had been unravelling. Sir Marcus Ashford had been arrested. The truth of his involvement in the murder of Lady Evelyn Ashford now undeniable. Yet, as Poirot considered the remaining puzzle pieces, something nagged at him. It wasn't the outcome that troubled him, but rather the method. Everything had fallen into place too easily, too neatly, and Poirot, ever the sceptic, knew that mysteries were rarely so straightforward. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows in the grand hall. Poirot moved with his usual precision, his mind focused on the few remaining loose ends, the locket, the nursery rhyme, and the strange, almost otherworldly events that had unfolded. The clues were there, yet the deeper significance had yet to be revealed. Claudia Vale had gone home, her grief-stricken heart no longer burdened by the weight of suspicion. But Poirot was not yet ready to let the case go. He had one more visit to make, and this time it would not be to a suspect or an acquaintance. It would be to a person who had remained largely silent throughout the investigation. Someone who, while not overtly connected to the crime, had been present at every crucial juncture. Lady Evelyn's former maid, Miss Hattie Wilde. Miss Hattie, Wilde's silence. The tall stone building where Miss Wilde resided was an imposing structure, far removed from the grandeur of Ashford Manor. It was a modest place, one that seemed to carry the weight of time within its walls. As Poirot approached the door, he couldn't help but notice the contrast between the two residences. One, opulent and filled with life, the other, cold and austere. The difference mirrored the roles these two women had played in the unfolding tragedy. One, rich and powerful, had been taken from the world too soon. The other, seemingly insignificant, might hold the key to unravelling the final threads of the mystery. Poirot knocked once, twice, and the door was opened by a woman whose features were as sharp and angular as the structure of the house itself. Miss Wilde was tall, her pale skin stark against the dark dress she wore. Her eyes, however, told a different story. Deep, sorrowful, as though they had witnessed much more than the years could account for. "Ah, Monsieur Poirot," she said, her voice low but steady. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Poirot smiled, politely, removing his hat and stepping into the modest parlour. "Mademoiselle Wilde, I trust I am not disturbing you at this late hour." Miss Wilde shook her head, her lips pressing into a tight line. "Not at all. Please, do come in. I've heard much about your work, Monsieur Poirot, though I never imagined I'd have the honour of speaking with you." Poirot took a seat by the fire, his usual composed demeanour giving nothing away. "It is not so much an honour as it is a necessity, Mademoiselle Wilde. There are still some details of the case that require further examination. I must ask you a few questions about your time at Ashford Manor and about Lady Evelyn's final days." The maid's gaze did not falter as she poured a glass of water. "I was but a humble servant, Monsieur Poirot. I didn't think my observations would hold much weight." "I disagree," Poirot replied. "Everyone has something to contribute, no matter their role. You were there, Mademoiselle Wilde, during the hours leading up to Lady Evelyn's death. I believe you may have seen something, heard something, that others did not." The maid's eyes shifted slightly. For a moment, Poirot caught a flicker of emotion, a flicker that spoke of something buried deep beneath the surface. Miss Wilde hesitated, but then nodded, setting the glass of water down with a small sigh. "You are right, monsieur. I did hear something, but I am not sure it means much. Lady Evelyn, she was troubled, yes. She spoke often of a secret. She said she could feel the weight of it, as though it would one day crush her. She mentioned the locket." Poirot leaned forward, intrigued. "The locket? The one that was found near her body?" Miss Wilde nodded, her hands twisting nervously in her lap. "Yes, that locket. She always kept it close to her. She said it was a gift from someone very dear to her, someone she loved deeply. I never asked who it was, but I could see the way she held it, the way it seemed to comfort her." "And did she ever mention anyone else?" Poirot pressed. "Anyone who might have wanted to harm her?" Miss Wilde shook her head. "No, not directly, but she was always wary of Sir Marcus. She said he could be dangerous when provoked. Didn't understand what she meant until later, until after she was gone." Poirot paused, processing the new information. Dangerous when provoked. And yet she stayed with him. She trusted him. Miss Wilde's expression darkened. Lady Evelyn was a woman torn between love and fear. She loved Sir Marcus, but she feared what he could become. I think she was trying to break free, but she was trapped. He had a hold on her, one she could not escape. The maid's revelation. There was a silence between them. broken only by the sound of the crackling fire. Poirot's thoughts raced, piecing together the fragments of truth that had been revealed. The locket was not just a symbol of affection, but one of control. Lady Evelyn had been caught in a relationship that seemed to offer love, but in reality it had been suffocating her. And Sir Marcus, he had played his role with expert precision. He had manipulated not just Lady Evelyn, but everyone around, him including Miss Wilde. Poirot's voice broke the silence. "Mademoiselle Wilde, you said something earlier that intrigued me. You mentioned a secret, something Lady Evelyn was afraid would eventually crush her. Could you elaborate?" Miss Wilde bit her lip, clearly struggling with her words. Finally she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. It wasn't just a secret about Sir Marcus. It was something from her past. Before she married him, Lady Evelyn had been in love with someone else, someone who had disappeared under strange circumstances. She never spoke much about it, but I know she believed that person's disappearance was tied to Sir Marcus. Poirot's heart skipped a beat. "Who was this person, mademoiselle?" "I don't know," Miss Wilde replied, shaking her head. "But I think Lady Evelyn believed that Sir Marcus had something to do with it. She feared that the truth would come to light, and that would destroy everything." The true motive Poirot stood and began pacing slowly around the room, his mind running through the facts like a detective working in reverse. The pieces were aligning, but there was still one final key he needed to uncover. Sir Marcus. He didn't just kill Lady Evelyn for her wealth or her love, Poirot muttered to himself, his voice growing clearer. No, he killed her too, silence her, to prevent her from revealing the truth about the person she loved before him, the one who had disappeared. Miss Wilde looked up in confusion. But who could it have been? Poirot turned sharply to face her. That, mademoiselle, is the final part of the puzzle, but it is a part that will require further investigation. Miss Wilde remained silent, her eyes clouded with uncertainty, but Poirot could see the faintest glimmer of understanding in her gaze. The truth, he was certain, was buried deeper than anyone had anticipated. A new direction a Poirot left Miss Wilde's modest residence and stepped back into the night. His mind buzzed with new questions. The locket, the secret of Lady Evelyn's past, and Sir Marcus's obsession with control. It was all part of a larger game, one that Poirot had barely begun to understand. In the quiet of the night, as the storm had passed and the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Poirot knew one thing for certain. The truth had not yet been fully revealed. The veil of deception was still in place, and it was his task to pull it away, piece by piece, until the final truth came into focus. The path forward Poirot walked briskly, his mind already formulating a new plan of action. He would need to speak to those who knew Lady Evelyn before Sir Marcus had come into her life. He would need to uncover the identity of the man she had once loved, and perhaps, just perhaps, he would find the link that tied Sir Marcus to the disappearance of that person. Chapter 12. The Echoes of the Past. The morning sun rose slowly over the horizon, casting a soft golden glow on the grounds of Ashford Manor. The quiet tranquillity of the estate stood in stark contrast to the storm of intrigue that had taken root within its walls. Hercule Poirot sat in his study at the manor. the light filtering through the windows, illuminating the stack of papers, letters, and photographs scattered before him. His mind raced as he sifted through the clues, the memories of the case mingling with his sharp intuition. The discovery of the locket, the cryptic nursery rhyme, and the hidden history of Lady Evelyn Ashford. These elements were pulling Poirot in a dozen different directions. But one thing was certain. The murder was no accident. Sir Marcus Ashford had not simply acted out of passion or jealousy. There was a much darker motive at play. Poirot could feel the weight of the unsolved mystery pressing down on him. Truth had yet to be uncovered, and the walls of deception were thick. A knock at the door broke Poirot's reverie. He looked up, his expression calm yet expectant. "Enter," he called. The door creaked open, and Claudia Vale stepped into the room. Her face was drawn, her expression weary, but there was a fire in her eyes that had not been there the night of Lady Evelyn's murder. She had been distraught then, torn by grief and uncertainty. But now something had shifted. Poirot could see that she was ready to face the truth, no matter where it led. "Monsieur Poirot," she said, her voice steady but with a hint of urgency. "I need to speak with you. It's about my aunt, Lady Evelyn." Poirot nodded, motioning for her to take a seat. "Please, Mademoiselle Vale, tell me what is on your mind." Claudia hesitated for a moment before sitting down, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "I've been thinking, ever since that night, there's something I didn't tell you, something I should have mentioned earlier, something about Lady Evelyn's past." Her voice faltered, but she pressed on. "I think it might help you understand why she was so terrified of Sir Marcus." Poirot leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. "Go on, Mademoiselle Vale. I am listening." Claudia took a deep breath. "Before she married Sir Marcus, my aunt was engaged to a man named Richard Fairmont. He was an artist, well known in society, but not wealthy. My aunt loved him dearly. They had planned to marry, and everything seemed perfect. But one day Richard disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. It was as if he vanished without a trace." Poirot's eyes narrowed. "And did Lady Evelyn ever speak of this disappearance?" Claudia nodded. "She spoke of it often, but only in whispers. She always believed that something sinister had happened to Richard, that someone was responsible for his disappearance. She never told me exactly who, but I could see the fear in her eyes every time she mentioned it. I believe Sir Marcus knew more about Richard's disappearance than he let on." Poirot's mind was already working, connecting the pieces Claudia had given him. A man named Richard Fairmont, an artist who had disappeared just before Lady Evelyn's marriage to Sir Marcus. The connection to Sir Marcus was becoming clearer, but there was still so much left unsaid. "Do you have any more details, Mademoiselle Vale? Any information that could help me understand this better?" Poirot asked, his voice soft yet insistent. Claudia hesitated again, her gaze distant, as if she were lost in the past. "There was one thing. My aunt told me, shortly before her death, that she had seen Richard again. She said she saw him at the manor, standing in the garden one night, but when she approached him, he disappeared. She was terrified, Poirot. I think she believed Richard was still alive, and that he was trying to warn her." Poirot absorbed the information carefully. "And what did Sir Marcus think of all this?" Claudia's face twisted with a mixture of anger and sorrow. Sir Marcus dismissed it. He said my aunt was imagining things, that her grief was playing tricks on her mind. But I could see that he was nervous, as if the idea of Richard coming back to haunt them unsettled him deeply. That's why I'm sure he knew more about Richard's disappearance than he was letting on. The artist's secret Poirot's mind raced as he processed this new information. The connection between Richard, Fairmont's disappearance and Lady Evelyn's murder was now a focal point of his investigation. The question that lingered was why Sir Marcus would want to kill his wife. Was it truly to silence her, or was there something else at play? Had Richard's return, or the threat of his return, been a trigger? "Tell me, Mademoiselle Vale," Poirot said, his voice thoughtful. "Do you know where I might find more information about Richard Fairmont? Do any of his family or friends still live nearby? Is there anyone who could shed light on his disappearance?" Claudia looked up, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "I'm not sure, Monsieur Poirot. I don't think anyone ever truly searched for him after he vanished. His family was in the countryside, but I don't think they ever came to Ashford Manor after that. The whole thing was brushed aside. My aunt never spoke of it again, and Sir Marcus made sure that no one would ask questions. But I'll try to find out. There must be someone who knows something." Poirot gave a small nod. "Very well. I will begin my search elsewhere. If you find anything, mademoiselle, please let me know immediately." As Claudia rose to leave, Poirot's mind remained focused on the key detail that had been revealed. Richard Fairmont. The man who had disappeared, the man whom Lady Evelyn had loved, and the man who, it seemed, had returned from the shadows of the past. There was more to this case than just a marriage gone wrong. The truth was buried in the echoes of the past, and Poirot was determined to uncover it. The past unveiled Poirot's next stop was the local library. He had requested all available records on Richard Fairmont, hoping to find something, anything, that could explain his sudden disappearance. The librarian, an elderly woman named Mrs. Holloway, led him to a section of the library that contained old newspapers, journals, and personal letters from the region. As Poirot began to sift through the yellowed pages of old newspapers, he found several articles that referenced Richard Fairmont. He had been a promising artist, with a reputation for capturing the essence of the countryside in his paintings, but his disappearance had made headlines, not for its mystery, but for the fact that no one had seemed to care. It was as if the world had simply moved on without him. One article caught Poirot's attention. It was a brief mention of a confrontation between Fairmont and a wealthy man in town, a man who was described only as a jealous rival who had a strange influence over Lady Evelyn. Poirot read the article again, his mind racing. "Jealous rival," he muttered to himself. Could this be the key? The more he read, the clearer it became. Richard Fairmont had not disappeared of his own volition. No, something more sinister had taken place. He had been silenced, just as Lady Evelyn would be if she had continued to uncover the truth. A hidden truth Poirot returned to Ashford Manor, his thoughts racing. The puzzle pieces were starting to fit together, but there was still much left to understand. He knew that he would need to confront Sir Marcus once again. This time, however, it would not be with the intention of catching him in a lie. It would be to force him to reveal the truth, The truth about Richard Fairmont, and the truth about the darkness that had been lurking beneath the surface of Ashford Manor all along. Poirot took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. He had no doubt that the truth would be revealed, but whether it would be enough to bring justice to Lady Evelyn was another matter entirely. The final stepper Poirot made his way to Sir Marcus's study. He couldn't help but feel a sense of finality in the air. The walls of Ashford Manor seemed to be closing in on him, the weight of history pressing down with each step. He knew that the truth he sought was within reach. The echoes of the past were finally beginning to speak, and he was ready to listen. "Sir Marcus," Poirot said as he entered the study, his voice calm but resolute. "It is time we speak of Richard Fairmont." Chapter 13. The Final Thread. The night had fallen swiftly over the countryside, cloaking the estate in a deep, mysterious silence. The large darkened windows of the grand manor house reflected the moonlight, and the rustle of the trees outside could barely be heard in the still air. Inside, Hercule Poirot sat in the drawing-room, a room dimly lit by a solitary lamp placed on a polished wooden table. His fingers tapped gently against his lips as he contemplated the case before him. A final clue had emerged, one so innocuous, so seemingly trivial, yet utterly profound in its implications. He could almost feel the weight of it now, pressing upon his thoughts. It had come, like all the best deductions, from a small observation, a subtle detail hidden in plain sight, just as it had been with the nursery rhyme that had initially seemed so benign. In the end, Poirot knew the answer lay not in the physical evidence, nor in the hasty conclusions drawn by those around him. It had always been about understanding the human psyche, the delicate interplay of motives, and the smallest cracks in a person's facade. As he waited, his mind continued to spin, connecting the dots, weaving together the scattered bits of truth. He could feel the conclusion drawing nearer, but not yet. No, not yet. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. The door to the drawing-room creaked open, and Captain Hastings stepped inside, his face creased with concern. "Well, Poirot, I suppose it's time," Hastings said, his voice low but steady. "The others are gathered in the dining-room, awaiting your decision." Poirot looked up at him, his sharp eyes glinting with the unmistakable gleam of a man on the verge of a great revelation. "Yes, Hastings, it is time, but not yet. First, there is one final piece to place in this puzzle." He stood up from his chair and walked slowly across the room, his polished shoes clicking softly on the floor. "You see, mon ami, the true nature of this crime is something more subtle than anyone has yet realized. A nursery rhyme, a seemingly innocent bit of verse. But it contains within it a map, a road-map to the truth." Hastings frowned. "But Poirot, surely we've exhausted every angle of that rhyme." "It's just children's nonsense," Poirot smiled, a small enigmatic smile that seemed to hold both mystery and assurance. "Ah, Hastings, you underestimate the power of the mind. A rhyme may be simple, but the human mind is anything but simple. It is a labyrinth, full of twists and turns. And in that rhyme, my friend, lies the key." Hastings was silent for a moment, clearly trying to grasp Poirot's meaning. Then, with a slight shake of his head, he simply replied, "I never understood how you do it, Poirot." How do you always see what no one else can?" Poirot turned toward him, his expression softening just slightly. "It is all about observation, Hastings, but not just of the facts, of the emotions, the contradictions, the smallest details that others overlook. That is where the truth lies. And now, I believe it is time to reveal the truth." With that, he nodded toward the door. "Shall we, my friend? The others are waiting." Together, they made their way down the long hallway, their footsteps echoing through the stillness of the manor. The tension in the air was palpable, thick with anticipation. Hastings could feel the weight of the moment pressing on him as they reached the dining room, where the remaining suspects and witnesses had been gathered. The large oak doors were opened, and Poirot stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the group. Each person sat at the table, their expressions a mixture of nervousness and curiosity. The gathered individuals were a motley crew of suspects, all with their own secrets, all with motives that had seemed plausible in the early days of the investigation. Poirot's eyes landed on each of them in turn: Lady Evangeline, the grieving widow, her brother, the sharp-tongued businessman, the charming but reserved artist, and even the quiet, seemingly inconspicuous maid who had raised Poirot's suspicions since the beginning. He studied them all, his mind already working to piece together their roles in the grand drama that had unfolded. "I trust you are all comfortable." Poirot's voice rang out, cool and composed. He took his place at the head of the table, his fingers steepled before him in his customary pose of quiet authority. "We are waiting for your insights, Monsieur Poirot," said Sir Reginald, though businessman, his tone just a touch too eager. "It's been some time now, and we are all eager for the truth to be revealed." Poirot gave him a measured smile. "Ah, but truth, Sir Reginald, is not something that can be rushed. It must be understood in its own time. And so, my friends, let us proceed with caution. You will all play a part in this conclusion." He paused, for a moment, his gaze sweeping the room once again. "I have considered all of your alibis, your motives, your behaviours, but there is one thing that none of you have yet mentioned, one detail that until now has been overlooked." The room fell into an uncomfortable silence as Poirot slowly and deliberately looked each person in the eye. The tension was thick, and the faintest sound, the softest breath, seemed magnified in the quiet space. "I will begin with the rhyme," Poirot continued, "the nursery rhyme that has puzzled us all. At first glance, it seemed nothing more than childish nonsense, an insignificant piece of the puzzle. But in fact, it was far more than that. It was a clue, a very subtle clue that pointed towards the answer all along." He let the words linger in the air before continuing, his voice calm but unwavering. "The rhyme spoke of a certain number of steps, a certain sequence, and each of you played a role in that sequence. But what it truly revealed was not simply the actions of the crime, but the deeper motives behind them." Poirot turned to Lady Evangeline, his gaze piercing. "Lady Evangeline, your grief was real, yes, but your actions were not entirely as they seemed. The love you professed for your husband, was it genuine, or was it something far more pragmatic? The rhyme hinted at a relationship much more complex than the one you portrayed. Could it be that your tears were not for him, but for what you stood to gain? Lady Evangeline shifted uncomfortably in her seat, but she did not speak. Poirot's gaze then moved to the others, and he continued, laying out the intricacies of the crime. Each person, as he revealed the connections between them, seemed to shrink under the weight of his deductions. The carefully crafted facades that they had built were unravelling, one thread at a time. As Poirot spoke, Hastings observed the reactions of the suspects. Each of them, it seemed, was hiding something, but it was clear that the true nature of the crime was far more intricate than anyone had anticipated. Yet Poirot, with his unerring logic, was beginning to expose the lies that had kept them safe, until now. Chapter 14. The Final Revelation. The atmosphere in the room was thick with anticipation, the only sound being the faint rustle of clothing and the occasional creak of the floorboards beneath the feet of the gathered suspects. Hercule Poirot's presence dominated the space. Every eye was fixed on him as though he were the conductor of an orchestra, poised to bring an end to the dissonance of confusion that had plagued them all. He had made his initial observations, the seed of doubt now planted in each of their minds. It was a game now, the final stage of this psychological puzzle. Poirot's eyes flickered briefly to the various faces in the room. There was Lady Evangeline, her expression a blend of anxiety and defiance. Sir Reginald, the businessman, sat ramrod straight, his fingers twitching ever so slightly as he resisted the urge to reach for his drink. The artist, a man of measured composure, appeared entirely unreadable. But Poirot was certain that beneath his calm demeanour there were emotions at war. And then there was the maid, still as a shadow, her eyes darting nervously between the others. Poirot did not rush. He took his time, allowing the silence to stretch out like a fine thread, taut but never breaking. It was clear that the pressure was mounting. Each suspect was aware that Poirot had discovered something crucial, something that would reveal the truth behind the murder that had rocked the household to its core. The rhyme, the nursery rhyme that had seemed so harmless at first, had become the linchpin. It was no longer a simple piece of poetry. It had become the map to the heart of this crime. I will say it plainly. Poirot's voice broke the tension, smooth as velvet but with an unmistakable edge. This murder, as it seemed at first, was not a crime of passion nor a crime of opportunity. No, it was far more methodical, far more calculated. Each of you, yes, each of you, played a part in this web of deceit. There was a sharp intake of breath from the group, and Poirot could feel the weight of their suspicion turning toward him. The room was charged with tension, the unsaid words hanging in the air, heavy and accusing. Poirot paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he surveyed his audience. You see, mon ami, the crime was not committed for the reasons you might have believed. It was not about love, nor greed, nor revenge. It was about something far more fundamental: control. The true motive behind this murder was the need to control. Control of wealth, of power, of one's own destiny. And more importantly, the need to control others. He leaned forward slightly, his hands folded neatly in front of him. Lady Evangeline, you thought your position as the grieving widow would shield you. But you overlooked one thing, your desperation. Yes, you wanted the inheritance, but more than that, you needed to be seen as the innocent, the wronged woman. That is why you resorted to theatrics, your tears, your helplessness. But it was not your husband's death that made you a victim. It was your own choices, your manipulation of everyone around you. You wanted power, but not the kind you could earn. No, you wanted it handed to you on a silver platter. Lady Evangeline's face was pale, her lips trembling as she struggled. To maintain composure, she did not speak, but her eyes betrayed her guilt. Poirot turned his attention to the others, his gaze sharp and deliberate. "Sir Reginald," he continued, "you were quick to condemn Lady Evangeline, to distance yourself from the murder, as if it had nothing to do with you. But your actions reveal a different story. You were not simply an innocent bystander in this case. You, too, played a part. You wanted your sister's inheritance, of course, but more than that, you were protecting your own position, your business dealings, your empire. It was all at risk. A sudden change in the family's wealth would disrupt everything you had worked so hard to build. But you were clever, weren't you? You planted seeds of doubt, manipulated the police, and created an illusion of your own innocence." There was a shift in Sir Reginald's posture. His eyes darkened, and he cleared his throat, but his voice was steady. "I don't know what you're implying, Poirot," he said, his tone defensive but lacking conviction. Poirot smiled faintly. "You do not need to say it, Sir Reginald. Your actions spoke louder than words. You wanted control over your future, and you thought you could secure it by framing someone else." Poirot then turned to the artist, who had remained mostly silent throughout the evening. His eyes were fixed on the table, but Poirot knew he had been watching every move, every word spoken. Poirot had long suspected the artist's involvement, not because of anything overt, but because of the subtle way he carried himself. Always slightly detached, always observing but never fully engaging. "Ah, Monsieur Lemoine," Poirot said, his voice a touch lighter but no less piercing. "You too had your reasons, did you not? It was not just your artistic ambition that drove you to this crime. No, it was your relationship with Lady Evangeline. She gave you a taste of what you desired, yes? But you were not content to simply be her lover. No, you wanted more. More recognition, more power, more security. Your art was but a small piece of the puzzle. It was her fortune that you sought, not the fleeting admiration of a few patrons." The artist's eyes darted up, and for a moment Poirot saw a flicker of something, a mix of fear and regret, before it vanished behind his practised calm. He opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, unsure whether he should deny the accusation or remain silent. "And you, Mademoiselle Claire," Poirot continued, his gaze turning to the maid, who had been quietly observing the conversation. "You thought you were invisible, didn't you? But you too had a part to play in this drama, a quiet, overlooked figure playing the role of the dutiful servant. But what if I told you that you were not as innocent as you seemed? What if I told you that you knew more about the events leading to the murder than you let on?" The maid's eyes widened, her hands clasped tightly together. She bit her lip, trying to maintain her composure, but Poirot could see the tension in her body. It was her nervousness that gave her away. The small tremor in her hands, the sudden sharp intake of breath when her name was spoken. "Mademoiselle Claire," Poirot said softly, You had your own reasons for helping to orchestrate this crime. You were not just a bystander. No, you were a willing participant, driven by something more than mere loyalty. What did you seek, Mademoiselle Claire? Was it power, too? Or was it the promise of a different life? One that you could have only by aligning yourself with those who held the real power in this house? The maid swallowed hard, and a single tear escaped from the corner of her eye. She looked down, unable to meet Poirot's gaze. It was then that Poirot knew. He had unravelled the truth. Each person in this room had their own motive, their own way of wanting to control the situation. They had all sought to manipulate others, to secure their futures at the expense of another. But in the end, it was their collective need for control that had driven them to murder. Poirot's lips curled into a small, satisfied smile. "Ah, mes amis," he said softly, "the game is up. You thought you could outwit me, but in the end, it is always the truth that prevails." Hastings stepped forward, his face a mixture of awe and disbelief. "Poirot, you've done it again. You've solved it." Poirot turned to his old friend, his eyes gleaming with quiet satisfaction. "Was not I, Hastings, who solved it? It was the truth that revealed itself, piece by piece, through the smallest of details. It always does." And so, in that room, under the harsh light of revelation, the truth was laid bare. The murderer was caught, the lies unravelled, and justice, as always, was served. Chapter 15. A Dance with Shadows. The rain fell in steady sheets, creating a murmur as it battered against the windows of the grand estate. The sky was an ashen grey, and the world outside seemed to be trapped in a perpetual twilight, where everything appeared muted and distant. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy, saturated with the lingering tension of recent revelations. Hercule. Poirot sat in his usual chair, his hands steepled before him, his mind still working, unravelling the final threads of the complex web that had entangled the inhabitants of this household. Beside him, Captain Hastings stood by the window, looking out at the gloomy scene beyond. The detective had long since solved the central puzzle, exposing the criminal machinations that had led to the murder. Yet, even now, Poirot's sharp mind was not at ease. There was still something amiss, an intangible feeling that gnawed at him. He had solved the crime, yes, but there was more. Something beneath the surface, something that had been left unsaid, a final piece that refused to fall into place. "You are troubled, my friend," Hastings remarked, his voice betraying concern. "The case is over. The criminal has been apprehended. Yet you seem as though you are still searching for something." Poirot looked up at him, his sharp eyes gleaming with a quiet intensity. "You are right, mon ami. I am troubled. The case, though solved, has left me with a feeling of unease. There is something unfinished about it. The truth has been revealed, but I sense a deeper layer that I have yet to uncover." Hastings gave him a puzzled glance. "But Poirot, surely you have uncovered all there is to know. The clues fit together perfectly. The nursery rhyme, the motives, the behaviour of the suspects. What else could there be?" Poirot did not immediately respond. Instead he stood, walking over to the small fireplace where a crackling fire burned. The flames cast flickering shadows across the room, dancing in the darkened corners like spectres of the past. Poirot stood there for a moment, lost in thought, before finally speaking. "It is not the crime itself that troubles me, Hastings. It is the human element, the emotions, the drives, the hidden desires, that seem to have been the true motivators behind everything. In this case, it was not a single desire for wealth or power that led to the murder. It was a combination of motives all tangled together, each one feeding into the other, like gears in a machine that, when one turned, made the others move." Hastings listened carefully, but the layers of Poirot's analysis seemed to escape him. "But Poirot, you've explained everything so clearly. Lady Evangeline wanted the inheritance. Sir Reginald sought to protect his empire. Mademoiselle Claire was driven by a desire for something more. Each of them had their own reasons, but in the end it was their ambitions that led to the crime." "Oui, Hastings," Poirot said with a slight nod. "That is the surface explanation. But you see, there was more at play here. It was not just ambition that drove them. It was fear. Fear of losing control, fear of being exposed, fear of the unknown. Each of them had something to hide, something they were terrified would be discovered. That fear, more than anything, was what pushed them to commit murder." Hastings' brow furrowed. "So, you think that fear of being exposed was what made them kill?" "Precisely," Poirot replied, his voice soft, but filled with conviction. "But not just fear of being exposed in the literal sense. No, Hastings, it was fear of being seen for who they truly were. Fear of being stripped of the masks they had spent so long building. You see, the nursery rhyme, the one that seemed so innocuous at first, was not just a clue to the murder. It was a reflection of their deepest fears, their darkest insecurities." Hastings shook his head, still trying to piece it together. "I don't understand, Poirot. How could a nursery rhyme hold such significance?" Poirot smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with a mix of pride and determination. "Ah, mon ami, you underestimate the power of the human psyche. The rhyme, with its playful rhythm and innocent words, masked a truth far darker than any of them were willing to admit. Each verse was a mirror to the fears of the suspects. Lady Evangeline, Sir Reginald, Monsieur Lemoine, and even Mademoiselle Claire. They saw the rhyme not just as a child's verse, but as a warning, a reminder of their own vulnerabilities. The detective walked back to his chair, sitting down with a deep sigh. Lady Evangeline saw herself as the damsel in distress, the victim of circumstances beyond her control. But beneath that mask, she was driven by a desperate need for power. Sir Reginald, ever the businessman, was consumed by the idea of losing his empire, and so he manipulated everyone around him, including his own sister. Monsieur Lemoine, the artist, sought recognition and admiration, but he was plagued by insecurity, fearful that his work would never be appreciated for what it truly was. And Mademoiselle Claire, the quiet servant, was afraid of being overlooked, of being nothing more than a shadow in the background. Hastings shook his head in awe. "Poirot, you're suggesting that the nursery rhyme was more than just a clue to the murder. It was a reflection of their deepest fears, their insecurities." "Exactly," Poirot said, his voice steady. "And it was that fear, more than anything, that led them to commit murder. The need to silence the one who threatened to expose their vulnerabilities, to eliminate the person who could unravel their carefully constructed facades? Hastings stood in silence for a moment, processing the detective's words. So, you believe that each of the suspects saw the rhyme as a symbol of their own weakness, and that fear of being exposed was what drove them to kill? Yes, Hastings, Poirot said, his voice firm. But there is one more thing I must tell you. The nursery rhyme was not just a reflection of their fears. It was also a symbol of their guilt. Each of them knew, deep down, that they were responsible for their own downfall. They feared being exposed, yes, but they also feared facing the consequences of their actions. Poirot leaned forward, his eyes narrowing in thought. You see, mon ami, the rhyme was not merely a piece of childish nonsense. It was a key that unlocked the truth hidden beneath the surface of this case. The rhyme spoke to their fears, their guilt, and their desire for control, and in the end, it was that very rhyme that led me to the heart of the mystery. Hastings stood silently, absorbing the full weight of Poirot's words. He could sense the depth of the detective's insight, the way he had connected the dots in ways that no one else could. Poirot had always been a master of reading people, of seeing beyond the surface and understanding the intricacies of human nature. In this case, as always, it was his understanding of the human psyche that had solved the crime. And what of the final piece, Poirot? Hastings asked quietly. What was the last clue that led you to the truth? Poirot smiled, a faint glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Ah, Hastings, it was not one clue, but the culmination of all the little details. The rhyme was the starting point, but it was the way the suspects reacted to it that revealed their true motivations, their fear, their guilt, their desire for control. It was all there, in the way they spoke, the way they moved, the way they looked at each other, and in the end, it was their own actions that led to their undoing. Hastings nodded, finally understanding. So, it was their own fear of exposure, of being seen for who they truly were, that drove them to commit the murder. Exactly, Poirot replied, his voice soft but certain. In the end, the truth was not just about the crime itself. It was about understanding the human condition, the fears, the desires, the vulnerabilities that drive us all. That, mon ami, is what I have learned from this case. The rain continued to fall outside, but inside the room there was a sense of quiet resolution. Poirot had solved the mystery, but more than that, he had uncovered a deeper truth about the human heart. The final revelation was not just about the identity of the murderer, but about the way fear and guilt can shape our actions, leading us down dark and dangerous paths. Chapter 16. The Final Act. The mist rolled in from the river, shrouding the mansion in an eerie fog that seemed to swallow up the world. Even the vibrant garden, once a patchwork of colourful blooms, now appeared faded and ghostly under the heavy cloak of the early morning mist. Inside, the grand dining room was filled with an unnatural stillness, as though the very walls were holding their breath in anticipation of what was to come. Hercule Poirot stood at the grand window, his sharp eyes scanning the blurred world outside, his mind still turning over the complexities of the case. There was something about the rain and the mist that seemed to mirror the murkiness of the human soul. With its hidden desires, fears, and insecurities, The detective had solved the case, yes, but something still felt unresolved, as though a shadow lingered over the final revelation, threatening to eclipse the truth. Captain Hastings, ever loyal, stood beside him, looking out at the same scene, his expression thoughtful. "Poirot, you seem more distant than usual. Is something still troubling you?" Poirot's gaze lingered on the mist, his fingers tapping lightly against the glass. "It is not the case that troubles me, mon ami. It is the nature of the case itself. So much has been revealed, yet I feel as though I have uncovered only the surface of something far deeper." Hastings furrowed his brow. "But Poirot, the case is solved. The murderer has been unmasked. The clues have all been pieced together. What more could there possibly be?" Poirot turned, his sharp eyes meeting Hastings with a knowing intensity. "You see, Hastings, the solution is not always as clear as one might think. There is always more beneath the surface, always, and this case, I fear, is no exception." The words hung in the air like a promise, one that had yet to be fulfilled. The sound of footsteps approaching broke the silence, and the door to the dining room opened to reveal Lady Evangeline, her elegant figure framed by the doorway. She stepped inside, her demeanour as composed as ever, though there was a certain tension in her posture, as if the weight of the last few days had begun to take its toll on her. "You wanted to see me, Poirot?" she asked, her voice steady, though a trace of weariness lingered in her tone. Poirot gestured to the chair across from him, his expression unreadable. "Please, Lady Evangeline, have a seat. There are a few matters that I must discuss with you." She hesitated for a moment, then gracefully took the chair, folding her hands in her lap as she met Poirot's gaze. Hastings took a step back, sensing that the conversation would soon turn to matters he did not fully understand. With a quiet nod, he excused himself, leaving the two of them alone in the room. For a long moment, Poirot simply studied Lady Evangeline, his gaze penetrating, as though he were searching for something hidden beneath her composed exterior. Finally, he spoke, his voice soft but firm. "Lady Evangeline, you are a woman of great strength. I have seen it in your actions, your demeanour, the way you have carried yourself through these troubling days. But there is something I must ask you, a question that has been on my mind since the very beginning." She raised an eyebrow, her composure unshaken. "What is it, Poirot?" Poirot leaned forward slightly, his fingers steepled before him as he regarded her with an almost unsettling intensity. "Why did you insist on keeping the truth of the nursery rhyme a secret? Why did you attempt to conceal its true meaning, despite knowing that it was the key to unravelling the mystery?" Lady Evangeline's eyes widened slightly, and for a brief moment a flicker of unease passed over her features. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by the cool mask of a woman who had learned long ago to guard her emotions. "I don't know what you mean," she said, her voice steady, but a hint of uncertainty creeping in. Poirot's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes never leaving hers. "Ah, mais oui, you do! You knew exactly what the rhyme represented, Lady Evangeline. It was a reflection of your fears, your insecurities. You were frightened, not of the crime itself, but of what the rhyme might expose about you, about your past, about your true nature." Her fingers tightened slightly around the edge of the chair, but she made no other movement. "You're mistaken, Poirot. I have nothing to hide." Poirot's smile remained, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. "That is what you would like to believe, non. But deep down, you know the truth. The rhyme was not just a clue, it was a mirror that reflected not only the killer, but also the darkness within each of you. Your fear of being exposed for what you truly are. Your guilt, your shame." Lady Evangeline inhaled sharply, but she quickly regained her composure. "I don't know what you're implying. I did what I had to do to protect myself, to ensure that my inheritance would not fall into the wrong hands. What does that have to do with anything?" Poirot's eyes softened, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "It has everything to do with it. Lady Evangeline, you see, it was not just your desire for wealth or power that led you to your actions. It was your fear of losing control, of being vulnerable. And that, my dear lady, is what drives so many of us to commit acts we later regret." She looked away, her expression faltering for the briefest moment before she composed herself once more. "I did what I had to do, and I'm not ashamed of it." Poirot's gaze never wavered. "You say you are not ashamed, but you are, aren't you? You are ashamed of the lengths you were willing to go to protect your position, to keep your secrets hidden. And that is why you tried to suppress the nursery rhyme. You hoped that by keeping it in the dark, you could keep the truth buried with it." Lady Evangeline's lips pressed together in a thin line, but she did not respond. The silence between them grew heavy, and Poirot could sense that the conversation was reaching its critical juncture. Finally, he leaned back in his chair, his eyes softening as he regarded her one last time. "The truth, Lady Evangeline, has a way of coming to light, no matter how much we try to bury it. It is not just the crime that must be confronted, but the deeper truths that lie beneath it, the fears, the regrets, the motivations that drive us to make the choices we do." She remained silent, her gaze fixed on the floor. The weight of Poirot's words hung in the air, as palpable as the mist that clung to the world outside. The detective had reached the heart of the mystery, but the final unravelling was yet to come. Poirot rose from his chair, his expression thoughtful but resolute. "The case is over, Lady Evangeline. The murderer has been caught, and justice will be served. But remember this, truth always finds its way to the surface. And when it does, we must be prepared to face it, no matter how uncomfortable it may be." With that, he turned and walked to the door, leaving Lady Evangeline alone in the room, her thoughts swirling like the mist outside. The case was over, but the real reckoning was just beginning. Chapter 17. The Final Confrontation. The night had settled over the estate like a heavy, suffocating blanket, and the once pristine grounds now lay beneath a veil of shadows. The only sounds that could be heard were the distant calls of night creatures and the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. A storm was approaching, its winds pushing through the tall trees, bending their branches in protest. It was as if nature itself sensed the gathering tension, the unravelling of a long-held secret that was about to come to light. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere was no less oppressive. The grand hallway, lined with portraits of stern ancestors, felt colder than it had in days. The tension that had been mounting throughout the investigation had reached its peak, And now Hercule Poirot stood in the centre of it all, preparing for the final act of his meticulous investigation. He knew that the truth was at hand, but as always, it required patience, precision, and a sharp mind to see it through. Captain Hastings, who had accompanied him throughout this most perplexing case, could sense the change in his friend. Poirot, usually composed and confident, seemed to carry a weight that went beyond the case at hand. It was as if the detective had reached a point where the mental strain of solving the mystery had become almost unbearable. "You seem distant, Poirot," Hastings remarked, stepping into the room where Poirot stood. The dim light from the chandelier above cast long shadows across the room, highlighting the detective's thoughtful expression. "What's troubling you?" Poirot did not immediately respond. Instead, he adjusted his tie with a small but deliberate motion, his fingers working the fabric with the precision of a master craftsman. After a moment, he turned to his companion and spoke softly, as if the very words he was about to utter required careful consideration. "It is not the case that troubles me, mon ami. It is the nature of the case. We have arrived at the end, but I feel as though we are still missing something, a piece of the puzzle that has yet to fall into place." Hastings frowned, unsure of what Poirot meant. "But Poirot, you solved it. The murderer is caught, the motive clear. What else could there possibly be?" Poirot's sharp gaze met Hastings's with an almost unsettling intensity. "Ah, but you see, Hastings, the mind is a complex thing. We have examined the facts, but we have not yet delved into the true nature of the crime. The emotions, the fears, the motivations behind it all. Those are the pieces that remain hidden, buried deep beneath the surface." Hastings opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, the door to the study opened, and Lady Evangeline entered. Her presence seemed to fill the room, her elegant figure carrying an air of both composure and quiet dread. She had been an integral part of the case, and Poirot knew that she had more to reveal. "Poirot," she began, her voice steady but tinged with the faintest trace of anxiety. "You asked to see me." Poirot nodded, motioning for her to sit across from him. His demeanour was calm, but there was an edge to his voice that was unmistakable. "Yes, Lady Evangeline, we are nearing the conclusion of this investigation, but there is one last matter that we must address. One final piece of the puzzle that must be put in place." Lady Evangeline hesitated, but then sat down, folding her hands in her lap. "What do you mean? I thought everything was clear. The culprit has been caught. The evidence is all there." Poirot's eyes, sharp and calculating, never left her face. "The evidence is one thing, but the truth, Lady Evangeline, is another. You see, the crime was not just about the murder itself. It was about the manipulation, the psychology, the hidden motives that drove each of you to act in the way you did. The question, then, is not who killed, but why." Hastings watched as Poirot's words landed heavily in the room. Lady Evangeline's face remained inscrutable, but Poirot could see the faintest twitch of unease in her expression. She was hiding something that Poirot had suspected from the very beginning. "You must know by now," Poirot continued, "that the nursery rhyme held the key to this entire case. It was not just a clue. It was a symbol, a manifestation of the emotions that led to the crime. You understood that rhyme, Lady Evangeline. in a way that none of the others did. Lady Evangeline's expression flickered, but she quickly regained her composure. "I don't understand what you're implying. I was merely a witness to the events. I had nothing to do with it." Poirot leaned forward, his voice lowering as he carefully examined her every word. "Ah, but that is where you are mistaken, mon ami. The nursery rhyme was not just a clue about the killer. It was about you, and your fear of losing everything you had worked so hard to protect." Lady Evangeline's eyes widened, but she quickly masked her reaction. Poirot could tell that his words had struck a nerve. "I don't know what you're talking about. I was a victim in all of this, just like the others. I had no reason to—" "But you did have a reason," Poirot interrupted, his tone gentle but firm. "You see, Lady Evangeline, it was not just about inheritance or wealth. It was about control, about the need to hold on to something that you feared would slip through your fingers. You knew, deep down, that your world was built on fragile foundations, and you were desperate to keep it intact." Lady Evangeline's hands clenched tightly in her lap, her nails digging into the fabric of her dress. For a long moment she said nothing, her gaze fixed on the floor. Poirot let the silence stretch, allowing the weight of his words to settle in the air between them. Finally, she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "And what does that mean, Poirot? Are you accusing me of being the murderer?" Poirot's eyes softened, though his gaze remained intense. "No, Lady Evangeline, I am not accusing you of being the murderer. What I am suggesting is that you were not just a passive bystander in this tragedy. You were complicit, perhaps without even realizing it." Lady Evangeline looked up, her eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and fear. "What do you mean? What are you saying?" Poirot smiled, but there was no warmth in it, only the quiet satisfaction of a mind that had solved the riddle. "You knew, Lady Evangeline, that the nursery rhyme held the answer. You knew that it pointed to something deeper, something darker, and you tried to suppress it, to keep the truth from being uncovered." Hastings shifted uncomfortably, sensing the tension that had escalated in the room. He could see that the final confrontation was nearing, and Poirot was about to reveal the truth that had eluded them all for so long. Before Lady Evangeline could respond, the door opened again, and the rest of the household entered, each one carrying their own secrets, their own lies, their own fears. Poirot turned to face them, his eyes sweeping over the group with the intensity of a lion about to pounce on its prey. "It is time," Poirot said, his voice calm but resolute. "Time to confront the truth. All of you have played a part in this game, whether knowingly or not. Now we will uncover what has been hidden, and we will see who among you has the courage to face what has been done." The stage was set, the final act of the mystery had begun, and Hercule Poirot was ready to unveil the truth that had been buried for far too long. Chapter 18. The web tightens, the evening air outside had grown cold, the dark sky only pierced by the dim light from the distant stars. The storm, which had been nothing more than a whisper earlier in the day, now roared through the trees, sending branches swaying with every gust of wind. Inside the mansion, however, the temperature was tense with anticipation, as Hercule Poirot stood in the drawing-room, his sharp eyes scanning the faces of those around him. The gathered group looked uneasy, each of them aware that the detective was about to reveal something that would shatter the fragile sense of safety they had held on to. The murder had caused an upheaval, but it was the truth behind it that now threatened to tear their lives apart. Poirot's gaze rested first on the elderly Mr. Sterling, the patriarch of the family. His normally stern expression seemed even more hardened than usual, and his hands trembled slightly as they rested on the arm of his chair. Poirot noted every small detail. The worthy older man shifted uncomfortably, the slight tightening of his lips. It all told a story of guilt, fear, and perhaps regret. Then his eyes flickered to Lady Evangeline. Despite her calm demeanour, Poirot could see the tension in her posture, the way her fingers, so poised and graceful in front of her, were now clenched tightly. He had seen this behaviour before, anxiety that stemmed not from the fear of being caught, but the terror of facing something much worse. He turned his attention to the others, each of them presenting a unique puzzle piece. The young and rather naive Miss Penelope, whose wide eyes betrayed a sense of fear that belied her outward appearance. The cool and aloof Dr. Hargrave, who had been so certain of his innocence, yet his demeanour had begun to crack under Poirot's scrutiny. And lastly, the seemingly indifferent but calculating Mr. Gregory, whose sharp eyes were never still, constantly measuring those around him. Poirot had learned to read these subtle signs over the course of the investigation, and they spoke volumes. However, as the storm outside intensified, the detective's mind remained focused. He had pieced together the various motivations, the lies, and the deceit. Now, it was time to reveal the truth. "You have all played your parts in this grand performance," Poirot began, his voice steady, calm, yet carrying the weight of authority. "But there is one among you who has made the most fatal mistake. Thinking they could outwit me, the room went silent, the tension thickening with each passing second. The light from the chandelier flickered slightly, as if in response to the storm raging outside. Poirot's gaze swept across the room once more, his sharp mind calculating the reactions of those before him. Lady Evangeline was the first to speak, her voice betraying a slight tremor. "Poirot, you are not implying that one of us here is the murderer, are you?" Her words were careful, measured, but Poirot could see the panic lurking just beneath the surface. The edges of her perfectly composed mask were beginning to crack. Poirot raised one hand, signalling for silence. "I do not imply, madame. I state. You have all been deceiving yourselves, thinking that you could escape my little grey cells." He paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he turned toward the man sitting across from him. "Mr. Gregory. You especially, Monsieur Gregory." Mr. Gregory's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. He leaned forward slightly, his voice controlled, but his eyes betrayed a hint of concern. "What do you mean by that, Poirot? Are you suggesting that I had anything to do with this?" Poirot leaned back in his chair, folding his hands neatly in front of him. "I have observed all of you, Monsieur Gregory. Each of you has played your part in this mystery. But you, monsieur, have woven the threads that have held everything together, including the lies that have kept the truth Hidden! Mr. Gregory scoffed, shaking his head. This is absurd. I have nothing to hide. You're grasping at straws, Poirot. But Poirot was not so easily deterred. No, monsieur. It is not I who grasp at straws. It is you who have woven a web of deception so intricate that even I nearly fell into it. He paused, letting the words sink in before he continued. You believed that you could use your knowledge of the nursery rhyme as a smokescreen, but it was never about the rhyme, was it? Flash of understanding passed across Mr. Gregory's face, followed by a brief flicker of unease. He quickly masked it with a forced smile. You really are a master of theatrics, Poirot. But I assure you, your theories are nothing but nonsense. Poirot's expression hardened slightly. Perhaps you are right, Monsieur Gregory. Perhaps I am merely a foolish Belgian detective who has overlooked the obvious. But what of the letter you received which you so conveniently forgot to mention? The one that tied you to the very crime that has perplexed us all. The mention of the letter caused a visible change in Gregory's demeanour. He shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his face paling slightly. The room was deathly silent as Poirot. Words hung in the air. You see, Monsieur Gregory, Poirot continued, his voice low and deliberate, you were not the innocent bystander you would have us believe. Your actions were calculated, methodical. You knew from the very beginning that the victim's death would lead us to a place where you could manipulate the events to your favour. The other members of the group exchanged nervous glances, none of them daring to speak. Even Lady Evangeline, who had maintained such poise throughout the investigation, now seemed unsure of herself. She had underestimated Poirot's ability to see through her every move, and now it seemed that Mr. Gregory was no exception. Poirot leaned forward, his sharp gaze never leaving Gregory. But I am not finished yet. There is more to this than just your manipulation of the clues. It is the psychology, the human nature behind the crime, that reveals the true extent of your guilt. Gregory's expression faltered, but he quickly regained control. What are you saying? That I killed someone? You're mad, Poirot. Poirot shook his head, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. No, Monsieur Gregory, you did not kill, but you orchestrated the events that led to the death. You pulled the strings, watching as the chaos unfolded. And in the end, you believed that your scheme would remain unpunished. The silence in the room was deafening now, each of them waiting for the final revelation. Poirot's eyes never wavered as he addressed Gregory once more. You underestimated one thing, Monsieur Gregory. You underestimated the power of my little grey cells. And now the truth is here for all to see. The storm outside had reached its peak, the winds howling and the rain slashing against the windows. Inside the mansion, however, the real storm was about to break. The web of lies had been unravelled, and the pieces were finally falling into place. Chapter 19. The final truth revealed, the room was filled with an air of palpable tension, as if time itself had frozen, awaiting Poirot's next move. The thunderstorm outside continued to rage, its relentless pounding against the windows, echoing the storm brewing within. Poirot's eyes, sharp and unyielding, moved over the group assembled before him. Every face in the room had shifted under his gaze, but it was clear to him that only one could be the true mastermind behind the twisted events that had unfolded. He had already unmasked Monsieur Gregory for the orchestrator he was, yet the full truth had not yet come to light. There was more to this mystery, more to the web of deception, and Poirot knew it was time to deliver the final blow. With a calmness that contrasted sharply with the fierce storm outside, he stood up slowly, his movements deliberate, each step punctuated with the weight of finality. "Messieurs et mesdames," Poirot began, his voice carrying the perfect balance of authority and quiet command. "You have all been caught in the trap of your own making. But the truth, as always, is simple. It is only the human mind that complicates it." Lady Evangeline shifted uncomfortably, her eyes darting nervously toward Gregory, who had grown noticeably tense. He opened his mouth, likely to speak, but Poirot raised a hand, halting him instantly. "You speak, Monsieur Gregory, but you are not yet done with me," Poirot continued. "You had the motive, the means, and the opportunity, yet there is something far darker at play in this case. It is not only you who should bear the weight of this crime. You were but a puppet." The gasps from the gathered group were almost imperceptible, but Poirot knew exactly what he had ignited. A flicker of fear spread across Gregory's face, yet he quickly composed himself, trying to dismiss the accusation as an unfounded bluff. But Poirot, of course, never bluffed. Let us go back to the beginning, to the nursery rhyme which has served as a most useful distraction, Poirot continued, a small smile curling at the edges of his lips. The rhyme, I must admit, was a clever touch. But the real key to this case, the thing that has remained hidden all along, is not the rhyme itself, but the very reason it was used. Gregory's eyes narrowed, and he shifted slightly in his chair. He was no longer the self-assured man who had maintained his composure for so long. Now he was on the defensive, his carefully constructed mask beginning to crack. "You see," Poirot said, stepping closer, "the rhyme was meant to do one thing, to lead us astray. The rhyme, in all its charm, disguised something far more sinister. It provided an alibi, a misdirection, a false trail for all of us to follow. But you, Monsieur Gregory, you knew that the rhyme was a lie, and so did the true mastermind behind this plot." The silence in the room was now suffocating. Gregory, for the first time, seemed lost for words. His chest heaved slightly, and his hands clenched together, betraying his calm demeanour. The tension in the room was unbearable, every person in the room now hanging on Poirot's every word. "Perhaps you are beginning to see the truth now," Poirot said, his tone now laced with certainty. "You see, Monsieur Gregory, the reason you were able to remain so calm, the reason you were able to manipulate the situation and plant false evidence is because the true culprit, the mastermind behind this entire scheme, is someone far closer to you than anyone realized." At this, the room's energy shifted again. The realization hit those present like a wave. Poirot was not just implicating Gregory, he was pointing a finger at someone else entirely. The other guests exchanged glances, some with suspicion, others with horror. Poirot, who had been observing every nuance, every shift in body language, allowed the tension to build before revealing the one thing they had all missed. "The true mastermind behind these events," Poirot said slowly, his eyes never leaving Gregory's, "is none other than Your sister, Miss Penelope." A collective gasp echoed through the room. Penelope's pale face flushed a deep shade of crimson, and she stumbled slightly in her seat. Her shock was evident, but Poirot had already anticipated this reaction. "Ah, Madame Penelope," Poirot said with a touch of sadness in his voice, "you believed that you could hide behind your sweet, innocent facade. You thought no one would suspect the delicate young woman who has seemed so untouched by the world's darkness. But it was you all along, wasn't it?" Miss Penelope's breath caught in her throat, and she shook her head vehemently, the colour draining from her face as she tried to maintain her composure. "No, no, that's impossible. You're wrong, Poirot. I could never." But Poirot held up his hand, his expression stern. "You have underestimated me, Miss Penelope. All your careful manoeuvring, all the efforts to distract from the real crime. Your plan was brilliant, yet ultimately flawed." He walked toward her, each step deliberate, as if he were savouring the final moments of the puzzle's completion. "You used Gregory as your pawn, played on his greed, his desire for power, and together you devised this elaborate scheme to murder your father and inherit the family fortune. But you, Miss Penelope, were the one who orchestrated it all." Penelope's shoulders slumped and her eyes glistened with tears, though whether from guilt or anger was hard to discern. She opened her mouth as though to speak, but the words caught in her throat. The truth, so carefully buried for so long, was now laid bare. "Your alibi," Poirot continued, "was flawless in its simplicity. You were the first to suggest the nursery rhyme, knowing full well that it would throw us off the scent. You used it to manipulate everyone in this room into thinking you were an innocent bystander, but the smallest detail, a small slip-up during your questioning, a tremor in your voice at the wrong moment, those were the things that gave you away." He turned to address the room, his voice calm but powerful. "It was you, Miss Penelope, who wrote the letter to Gregory, knowing he would be too blinded by his ambition to see the true nature of your plan. It was you who had access to the victim's room, to the key that unlocked the safe where the precious heirloom was kept." Gregory opened his mouth to protest, but Poirot silenced him with a sharp glance. "You were but a pawn, Monsieur Gregory. The true power in this game rested with Miss Penelope, who manipulated you like a chess piece." Penelope, now visibly shaken, finally looked up at Poirot, her face a mixture of defiance and sorrow. "You don't understand," she whispered. "I had no choice. I had to—" Poirot's voice softened, but there was no mistaking the finality in his words. "No, madame, you had a choice, and you chose to betray everything, to murder your own father for the sake of wealth and power. You played the perfect game, but you lost." The storm outside seemed to quiet as Penelope's shoulders shook with the weight of her admission. Her eyes met Poirot's, and for the first time she seemed to see him not as an obstacle to her plans, but as the one who had exposed her motives and her lies. Chapter 20. The Web Unravels. The room was in complete silence. All the guests, once so certain of their innocence, now sat frozen in place, their expressions a mix of disbelief, shock, and growing fear. The revelation Poirot had made shook them to their core. Penelope, the young and seemingly fragile daughter, had been the mastermind behind it all. The web of lies, deceit, and manipulation she had spun over the past months was now fully exposed. As Poirot's gaze swept across the room, it was clear to him that each individual had their own role to play in this tragedy, but none of them had been prepared for the grand scale of her involvement. Even Gregory, her own brother, seemed as if he were seeing her for the first time. He had believed in her innocence, had allowed himself to be manipulated by her delicate exterior. But now he was facing the truth. His sister had been the one who had set everything into motion. Poirot could see the guilt on Gregory's face as he shifted uncomfortably in his chair. The realization was dawning on him that he had been just as complicit in his sister's crime as she had been in his. The two of them had been the perfect team, a mastermind and a willing accomplice. But now they were both trapped. Poirot turned his attention back to Penelope, who had gone silent, her eyes lowered to the floor as if she could no longer bear to look anyone in the eye. Her tears had dried, leaving her face pale and set in a grim expression. She had been caught, and there was no escape. "You thought you could get away with it," Poirot said softly, his voice cutting through the stillness. "You thought you could hide behind the guise of innocence, but you underestimated me, Miss Penelope. I saw through your deception from the moment I set foot in this house." Penelope didn't respond immediately. She sat motionless, as if pondering her next move. But Poirot knew there was no escape for her now. He could see it in her eyes. She was ready to face the consequences, but not without a final act of defiance. "I never wanted to kill him," Penelope finally whispered, her voice barely audible. "I only wanted the inheritance. He was too controlling, too demanding, and when he threatened to disown me, I couldn't bear it. I thought I could scare him into submission." "You thought you could manipulate him into giving you what you wanted," Poirot corrected gently. "But that is where you made your fatal mistake. You underestimated not only your father, but everyone in this house." Penelope's eyes flickered with a flash of anger, but she quickly smothered it. She had long ago learned how to hide her emotions, and Poirot knew that her sudden outburst was the last vestige of resistance she could muster. "And Gregory," Poirot continued, turning his attention to the man sitting beside her. "You were complicit in your sister's plan. You allowed yourself to be swayed by her charm, by her promises of wealth and power." Gregory's face reddened with shame. He opened his mouth to protest, but no words came out. He had no defense. He had been played, manipulated by someone he thought he could trust above all others. His sister had used his own weaknesses against him, and now he was paying the price. "You were both willing to go to any lengths to secure the fortune," Poirot went on, his voice becoming colder. "But your plans, like all plans built on deception, were flawed. The very thing that you thought would shield you, the nursery rhyme, became your undoing. The rhyme, which had been central to their strategy, was now a symbol of their arrogance. It had been a clever diversion, designed to mislead the authorities and point the blame elsewhere. But Poirot had seen through it. He had understood its true purpose from the moment he first heard it. Penelope's face twisted in frustration. "You don't understand," she cried, her voice rising in volume. "I had no choice. He would never have given me what I wanted, never. He was too proud, too stubborn. I couldn't live like that any more. I thought if I just made him afraid enough, he would bend to my will." Poirot sighed, his expression softening slightly. "You were not alone in your desire for control, Miss Penelope. But what you failed to realize was that true power comes not from manipulation, but from understanding the truth, from seeing through the lies and the deceit." She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. "I only wanted to be free," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I thought I could live my life without him controlling me. But now I'm trapped." Poirot remained silent for a moment, letting her words hang in the air. He could see the regret in her eyes, but it was too late. The damage had been done. The death of her father, the chaos that had ensued, could not be undone. "Do you think you can undo all of this with regret?" Poirot asked quietly. "You cannot take back the actions you have taken, Miss Penelope, but you can face the consequences with dignity. That is your only remaining choice." Penelope's gaze met his, and for a fleeting moment there was something in her eyes that resembled understanding. She had always been a calculating woman, but now she saw the truth. Her actions had led her down a path from which there was no return. Poirot turned his attention to the others in the room, who had been silent observers to the final revelation. They had all witnessed the unravelling of the mystery, and now they understood the depth of the deception that had taken place. "You may all wonder how I arrived at the truth," Poirot continued, addressing the room. "It was not through physical evidence or forensic analysis, but through psychology. The human mind, when pushed to its limits, reveals its true nature. And Miss Penelope's mind, though brilliant, betrayed her in the end." He paused, allowing his words to sink in. The nursery rhyme, the alibis, the carefully constructed lies, these were all distractions. But when you look beyond the surface, when you listen to the nuances of a person's behaviour, the truth becomes clear. Poirot turned back to Penelope, who had gone still again. "You wanted to control your father, to manipulate him into giving you what you wanted. But in the end, it was not him you were controlling, but yourself. You became a prisoner of your own schemes." Penelope's shoulders slumped and she closed her eyes as if to block out the weight of the words. But there was no escaping the reality now. The truth had been laid bare. "And so the case is closed," Poirot said softly, his voice filled with a quiet finality. "Justice will be served, and the truth will remain forever etched in the minds of those who witnessed this unfolding." As he turned to leave the room, his footsteps echoing in the silence, he couldn't help but reflect on the complexity of the human mind. How easily it could be swayed, manipulated, and twisted by its own desires. And yet, even in the face of such darkness, Poirot had found the light of truth. Chapter 21. The Final Moment of Reckoning. The rain had started to pour in sheets outside the mansion, casting a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere over the proceedings. The once elegant home, now tarnished by betrayal, stood silent under the storm's heavy weight. Inside, Poirot remained calm and composed as ever, sitting across from Penelope, whose face had lost the last remnants of the defiance she had clung to since the moment of her revelation. Her posture had collapsed, no longer a proud, scheming woman, but a broken soul who had realized the gravity of her actions. For Poirot, however, this was but the beginning of a final reckoning. The case, though seemingly solved, still held one last crucial moment of truth. The true extent of Penelope's involvement in her father's murder was clearer now than ever, but there were still questions that needed answers. For Poirot, no case could ever be considered closed without complete understanding of the motive, the methods, and the mind that had orchestrated such a crime. And so he leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied the woman across from him. "Miss Penelope," Poirot said, his voice steady but carrying the weight of his final examination. "You have admitted to the crime, and I believe you are now ready to face the consequences. But tell me this, why the nursery rhyme? Why create such a curious, convoluted diversion?" Penelope's gaze dropped, her eyes tracing invisible patterns on the wooden table. "I thought it would confuse the investigation," she said slowly, as if measuring each word carefully. "A childish thing, a distraction. I thought if the authorities focused on the rhyme, they'd never suspect me." Poirot tilted his head, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "Ah, but you forget, Miss Penelope, I do not fall into such distractions. The rhyme, yes, it was strange, but what I found curious was not the rhyme itself, but what it symbolized. You see, I have always been one to observe not just the actions of individuals, but the subtleties that others overlook. The rhyme, 'Sing a song of sixpence.' It was a signal, was it not?" Penelope remained silent, her eyes darting nervously, but Poirot could already see the subtle admission in her hesitation. "Yes," he continued, "the nursery rhyme was a carefully chosen code, a message hidden in plain sight. Sixpence. It was not a child's nonsense, but a deliberate marker. Something linked to the family fortune. I believe the rhyme was not just meant to confuse, it was meant to ensure that everyone looked in the wrong direction. It pointed toward the treasure that lay beneath the surface, but only someone with a trained eye would see the true connection." Penelope's lips quivered as she struggled to maintain composure, but Poirot saw through her defences. He could tell she had already begun to unravel, and he would not let her mislead him any longer. Her words had already betrayed her once, and she was no longer capable of hiding the truth. "I needed him gone," Penelope said in a quiet whisper, her voice breaking. "He had no intention of sharing the inheritance with me. It was all a game to him. His power, his control over me. I had to do something. I had to make him see that I wasn't a child anymore, that I could be in charge of my own destiny." Poirot sat back in his chair, folding his hands neatly in front of him as he absorbed her words. There was no more pretense now. The mask had fallen. What remained was a woman desperate for control, who had taken her future into her own hands, but at the cost of everything else. The cost of a father's life, the peace of a household, and the trust of a family. "But you were not the only one in this house with motives," Poirot said, drawing her attention back to him. "Gregory, your brother, was equally ensnared in your plan, was he not? He had his own reasons for going along with your scheme. But I know it was not simply for the inheritance." Penelope looked up sharply, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Gregory, he had no part in this. He was just a victim too." Poirot shook his head slowly. "I cannot agree, Miss Penelope. Gregory was no innocent. He too was driven by his own desires, his own needs. He was blinded by his loyalty to you, but he was not without his own ambitions. Gregory did not act out of mere brotherly love. No, he saw in your plan an opportunity for himself. He thought he could gain something by following your lead. Penelope's face drained of colour as she absorbed Poirot's words. "Gregory," she repeated, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes," Poirot continued. "Gregory's involvement was subtle, but no less dangerous. He did not initially understand the full extent of your plan, but when he saw the consequences unfolding, he too was ensnared. His ambition got the better of him. You gave him a glimpse of power, of the future he might have, and that clouded his judgment. The moment you orchestrated your father's death, Gregory became complicit in the crime." The room fell into a deep silence as Penelope looked away, her hands trembling in her lap. The storm outside seemed to mirror the turmoil inside her. She had always believed she could control her brother, could keep him under her influence. But now, with the truth out in the open, the weight of her manipulation became clear. Poirot pressed on, his voice calm but resolute. "Your brother, Miss Penelope, he was not the same man who came to you for help. His actions were shaped by his own weaknesses, his desires for wealth and security, just like yours. But unlike you, he was not as willing to carry the burden of guilt. Gregory's own descent into this plan was, perhaps, more out of fear than ambition, but in the end he was no less culpable." Penelope's lips parted, but she couldn't find the words to refute him. What Poirot said was true, and deep down she knew it. She had used him, just as she had used her father. The puzzle pieces were fitting together now in a way she had never expected. "The truth is," Poirot said softly, "the only person who truly understood the consequences of your actions was your father. He knew exactly what you were capable of, Miss Penelope. And that, I believe, is why he chose to act when he did." Penelope's face tightened. Her father's death had been a result of a carefully planned execution, and Poirot was now suggesting that he had known she would betray him. Perhaps he had always known that she would be the one to try to take the inheritance from him, that she would stop at nothing to gain control over his legacy. Poirot's voice rang out again, his words leaving no room for doubt. "I had suspected as much from the beginning, you see. The clues were all there, hidden beneath layers of deceit, false alibis, and half-truths. But in the end, Miss Penelope, it was your own mind that betrayed you. The truth was in the smallest of details, the way you tried to divert attention, the way you manipulated others, the way you turned to your brother for help. All of it led me to you." Penelope swallowed, hard, unable to speak. Her tears had long since dried, and now there was only the weight of Poirot's words. She had thought herself clever, but she had underestimated the power of Poirot's little grey cells. "And now," Poirot said, his voice softening but firm, "the truth is known. There is no escape for you, Miss Penelope. There is no justification for what you have done. You will face the consequences of your actions." As the final words hung in the air, Poirot stood and walked to the door. He had done his part, and now the truth was in the open. The storm outside had subsided, but the storm within the mansion would take much longer to calm. Penelope's fate was sealed. Chapter 22. The Echoes of Deceit. The morning after the storm, the mansion seemed eerily still, as if it were holding its breath. The sky, now clear and bright, shed its cool light through the tall windows of the study, where Poirot and Captain Hastings stood, surveying the scene. The remnants of the storm had left their mark, but it was not just the weather that weighed heavily on the atmosphere. The investigation had reached its final moments, but the air was thick with unspoken truths. Poirot's sharp eyes took in every detail: the meticulously arranged furniture, the antique vases standing in delicate balance, the faded tapestry hanging by the window. Each element of the room told a story, but it was the people who inhabited this space that had shaped its darkest narrative. The truth had not come easily, and Poirot knew that this final revelation would have consequences not only for Penelope, but for all who were connected to her. Hastings, as ever, was keen to understand the complexities Poirot had untangled so delicately. "So, Poirot," he began, his voice full of anticipation, "you've concluded that Miss Penelope masterminded her father's murder. But what of Gregory? Is he truly as guilty as she is?" Poirot did not answer immediately. Instead, he stepped closer, to the window, his gaze lost in the expanse of the garden outside. It had rained the night before, and the flowers glistened with dewdrops, their colours brighter in the aftermath of the storm. It was a picture of renewal, but Poirot knew all too well that this moment was one of finality, a moment when the past could no longer be ignored. "Hastings," Poirot began, his voice measured, "the case is more complex than you might think. Miss Penelope may have been the architect of the crime, but Gregory's role cannot be dismissed. He may not have actively planned the murder, but he was complicit in a way that speaks to his own weaknesses." Hastings nodded, his brow furrowing. "Complicit? But how? I thought he was just following his sister's orders." "Not entirely," Poirot said with a knowing smile. "Gregory had his own motivations. You see, Gregory had his own reasons for agreeing to the plan. He wanted the inheritance just as much as Penelope, but he did not have the resolve to act alone. Penelope, with her determination and manipulation, used Gregory's insecurities to her advantage. She convinced him that this was the only way to secure their future. So, it was more than just her influence, Hastings mused. It was his ambition as well. "Precisely," Poirot said. "Gregory's participation was born of his desire for wealth and power. He did not want to take the ultimate step himself, but he was willing to support his sister's plan in exchange for the spoils. It was a quiet betrayal of his own morals, but it was no less harmful for being done in the shadows. The truth hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Poirot turned to face his friend, his expression serious. "Gregory is not a murderer, in the same way Penelope is, but he is still guilty. His greed blinded him to the consequences of his actions. By failing to intervene, he allowed his sister's plans to unfold." Hastings was silent for a moment, considering Poirot's words. Then his face softened with understanding. "So, in the end, it was Penelope's ambition that drove the entire thing. But Gregory is a victim of his own desires." Poirot's eyes twinkled with a touch of sympathy. "Yes, Hastings, that is true. Gregory was a pawn in his sister's game, but he was not without agency. He made the choice to go along with her plan, and in doing so, He sealed his fate just as much as she did. The room seemed to grow colder as Poirot's words settled into the silence. There was no denying the complexity of human nature, and this case had laid bare the darkness that could lurk in even the most seemingly innocent relationships. Penelope had orchestrated her father's murder with a cold precision that had left no room for doubt, but Gregory's involvement had been equally damaging. The sound of footsteps interrupted the quiet contemplation of the two men. It was Chief Inspector Japp, who entered the room with a sombre expression on his face. His uniform was neat, but his demeanour betrayed the weight of the investigation that had consumed them all for days. "Poirot, Hastings," Japp said, his voice low. "I've just spoken to the coroner. The results came in, and they confirm what you suspected. The cause of death was poisoning. The substance was a rare compound, hard to trace unless you know what you're looking for. It seems the old man ingested it in his wine shortly before he collapsed." Poirot nodded gravely, absorbing the information. The wine, of course. Penelope used it to execute the plan without suspicion. She was clever in choosing such a slow-acting poison. It allowed her the time to create an alibi, to misdirect the investigation. The entire household was kept in the dark until it was too late. Japp's face twisted with frustration. But why not just shoot him or stab him? Why go to all that trouble? "Ah," Poirot said with a smile. "That is where Miss Penelope showed her true understanding of human nature. A direct approach would have left too many traces. Poisoning, especially with such a rare substance, was far more subtle. It allowed her to maintain control over the situation. And perhaps most importantly, it allowed her to remain in the shadows, manipulating those around her." Japp shook his head, clearly impressed by the thoroughness of Poirot's analysis. "I see now. She didn't want the crime to be tied to her directly. She wanted to make it look like an accident. But Gregory's role was always going to be exposed, wasn't it?" "Yes," Poirot said. "Gregory's guilt was bound to be revealed eventually. But it was Penelope who made sure that the blame would fall on him as well. She played on his weaknesses, made him think that his involvement would be the key to their shared fortune. But in the end, it was her actions that doomed them both." The conversation shifted as the three men considered their next steps. The case was nearing its conclusion, but Poirot knew that they had to act quickly. Penelope had been arrested, and Gregory was already under suspicion. But there were still loose ends to tie up before the final pieces of the puzzle could be locked into place. "Poirot," Japp said, his voice laced with concern. "What happens now? What do we do about Gregory?" Poirot looked up, his face impassive. "Gregory must face the consequences of his actions. He may not have been the mastermind, but he chose to participate. His guilt will be established in court. But I believe that he can still be redeemed should he choose to atone for his role in this crime." Hastings frowned, still unsure. "But do you think Gregory will ever admit his part in all this? Will he ever come clean?" Poirot's eyes softened. "That, my friend, is the greatest question of all. People are complicated, Hastings. They may not always act with the same clarity or intent, but in the end, their choices define them. Gregory may yet find the courage to face the truth about himself." As Poirot spoke, his mind wandered briefly to the tragic nature of human ambition. the way in which a single desire could twist the lives of so many. Penelope had sought to control her fate, but in doing so she had unleashed a chaos that could not be contained. Gregory, too, had succumbed to the same impulses, but his path had been shaped by fear rather than greed. The investigation, it seemed, had not only revealed the dark sides of these individuals, but also shed light on the complexities of their relationships, how easily they had been swayed by ambition, how easily they had chosen betrayal over loyalty. And yet there was still one more thing to consider. Poirot's mind returned to the smallest details, the ones that had been overlooked. There were still questions that needed answers, details that needed clarifying before they could be truly satisfied that justice had been served. "One thing remains, Hastings," Poirot said quietly, as the sun broke through the clouds and bathed the room in light. "And I believe the truth is never fully known until the last stone is turned over. And there are still stones left unturned in this case." Hastings looked at him perplexed. "What do you mean?" Poirot smiled, his eyes gleaming with the promise of a final revelation. "It is not enough to solve a crime. We must understand the why and the how, so that nothing remains hidden in the shadows." With that, Poirot turned and walked toward the door, leaving Hastings and Japp to ponder the full scope of the case. The mystery had come close to its resolution, but the journey was far from over the end.